Hello there, fools. Welcome in. Before we get started today, I need to humbly apologize. At the end of last stream, I made a horrendous claim. Last night's stream got to 7 hours, and I was very excited and said that that was my second longest stream ever. I completely forgot about Recipe for Tenderbat, which was also 7 hours and slightly longer. So that was my third longest stream yesterday. Also, I found my bauble. I know that yesterday I did find a bauble. It was my backup bauble, but I didn't bring it up because there's no point in bringing it up. But I found my actual bauble. It was on the floor. I don't know why. I probably had my hair tied up and then I lied down with it still tied up and then fell asleep and it fell out. I have no idea. It was just on the floor next to my bed. But yeah, today we are finishing Ace Attorney Investigations. This is really exciting, even though apparently it's going to be really unenjoyable. These last 3 parts are just awful and ugh. I'm still really looking forward to it. This is the last thing that I have to do ever, and I've played, or at least I know of every Ace Attorney game. Because I watched Astro play Investigations 2 and Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright, and I watched a playthrough of the Apollo Justice trilogy. So this is like gonna be my last new Ace Attorney experience, really. Even though I did fall asleep a lot during Astro's streams, to be perfectly honest, because I do just fall asleep watching streams, I don't know why. I'm just a very sleepy individual. So yeah, there's a few things that I've talked to Chloe about that I just don't remember at all from Investigations 2, so maybe it'll be... I don't think as much as the trilogy, where with the trilogy I was completely like, pretty much didn't know anything past the first game. I don't think it'll be that much, but I at least won't know everything that's coming, because I didn't even know that, spoilers here for Investigations 2, I didn't even know that Sebastian got kidnapped. Like, I knew of it, but I don't know when it happens, or how, or even which case. I think it's the 5th, but I honestly don't know. But yeah, anyway, we are now going to fuck. We're not gonna fuck. I'm gonna press my live scene because I'm a dumbass. We're now gonna start. We already have Albaz, Sussy, and starting exactly where we left off. I loaded it before stream. But yeah, I don't think we're forgetting anything, and this is gonna be the final Ace Attorney stream, unless... Sorry, Ace Attorney Investigation stream. We are playing Investigations 2, but this is going to be the final Investigations 1 stream. Unless something goes horribly wrong and I have to stop stream. But hopefully not. Oh my god, this is... Do. So now we know who the Atagrasu really was. And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The 2 countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Do both of them? Because I feel like I remember Kay entering Babel really easily. I also have my volume turned up again, more than it should be. And it's lagging! Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? Smuggling ring! We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Alright, let's check out the evidence then. So, we have the embassy guide, notes on Cochin's body, alabaster knife, Yadagrassi's knife, Cadopian paper document. Went to Mr. Cochin. This is the fake statue. Wait, discovered at the Babelese embassy? Now I'm confused. Babel's statue, but discovered at the... No, we discovered the other statue there. Oh well. I think this is the one that we found in Babel, but it's not actually the Babelese statue. Yeah, it's originally from Alabast. Alright. I don't know why they don't rename them to... But oh well. Counterfeit bills. That's the murder weapon, passion flowers. I don't see how this could possibly be evidence, but okay. It's a very large flowers. The vines are supported by stakes. Wait, they're... Oh fuck, sorry. I thought there was a check button, but no. These are the hairpins that we got from Sheena. There's 2 missing, isn't there? Do we have those in evidence? Request to steal the statue. Samurai spear bent. Samurai dogs. Don't know how that's gonna be evidence. Pick. Looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. Fountain spouts. That might have something to do with why it's wet. Photo of the Yatagracia. I think this is one of the statues, maybe. Bison Babal. The wire, which is what I think was used to transport the statues. Revolving fireplace wall. Hair sticks. These are not hair sticks. Those are for the plants. Well, that answers that. Trump card, evidence from KG8. Card containing orders from boss of smuggling ring to Cochin. And videotape, evidence from KG8. Faraday had obtained it once, but Ernest and Mana had it stolen. So this is the one that we got from, Portsman. Alright, so now that we are all caught up, let's get right into it.
Hey, there's a VCR here, sir.
Oh, we can watch it as well.
Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bat gave us.
And this piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you would please play the tape for us.
Sure thing, sir.
Oh, but I was watching The Steel Samurai. Ooh, what's on there? Oh, thank you for zooming in.
This man, it's Manny Cochin.
Well done. And he's holding a knife in his hand, is he? Oh, fuck! Is that a... is it? I can't tell. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building.
An apartment building? How do you figure that?
And like you actually read this summary file on the KG8 incident. Read. And the crime scene was a victim's own apartment.
So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building.
CCUs? At the trial, Mr. Faraday claims that this piece of footage existed.
However, no one could find it.
Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it to Mr. Ernest Amano. Sorry, my volume's really high on my end, so it's throwing me off. It also looks like it's high on the stream, so it's fucking me up even more because I'm like, what if I'm not speaking loud enough? But I think it's fine.
I can see how this would have been a definitive piece of, and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now, please show it to me again.
Ooh, a car. Oh! Is it the Alabastian flag?
This car. This is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe, you fucking moron. Take that! This is the national flag of the Principality of Kodopia.
Oh, it's just the Kodopian one. So now it's pretty much confirmed to be one of the ambassadors, and there's no way that it's my guy Paliano. He's so lovely and sweet. So lovely and sweet, we love him.
And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there?
Yo, what up? It's me! Ms. Von Carmen... your suit is loud! Ms. Von Carmen, Mr. Edgeworth, so you were here all this time?
Look at him, I still think it would be very inconvenient to use a walking stick like that, but good for you, Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot Quirkus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief! Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me? There's no way they're trying to hide it. This dude is so sus. They're not trying to hide it. There's no way that they're pretending anymore. The player's supposed to know at this point that he's evil, right? Paleno's been so helpful and this dude's been nothing but a bitch. Excuse me?
I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we're in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel.
But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastian and Babalese police?
Ambassador, we're so close. Just a little more and...
Ms. Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true. However...
As he said at the very beginning,
Paleno, come in clutch.
this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends?
Hold it! No, never mind, that's me. Hold it! Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Shifu, this way!
I'm recovered from my gunshot wound already. Yo!
I have no idea how that happened. Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly.
If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Agent Lang, you've been fucking shot! Go to a fucking hospital! You bitch! Why do I sound like Bernie Sanders? Why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case, no matter what.
Agent Lang, I'm once again asking for your financial support. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They're quite capable.
At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Not so fast. Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do.
Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder.
You.
No.
Ugh.
Killer?
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
Wolves don't lie.
Then who is it?
Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cogent's murder. I feel like Lang's gonna say... I think Lang's just bluffing. Either that or it's Alba. He either knows that it's Alba or he's bluffing. He could easily just be bluffing to try... be like, well, we can investigate this further if you just let us. I'm not talking about Mr. Cogent's murder. That was all Sheena. Alright, he's bluffing. He has no idea.
Huh.
Lang Zi says, the truth lies not at the exit but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damask 2's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska Von Karma! What the fuck? He's definitely bluffing, but like, what the fuck? Oh my god. I was the killer. Hey, wait, but that's impossible.
Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite... Yo!
Hold your tongue and that ludicrous remark you're about to make.
Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder?
Yeah, I am. But we don't have the evidence, so I don't know. I think we should investigate. Is that okay with you, little tree guy?
I see no issue with this.
He doesn't appear to be joking.
Hey, sis. I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech,
He called you into his office, right?
Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything?
I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabasta and Babal, did you not?
And where's your evidence that I'm the killer?
I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, here it is. I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission?
I think he might know that it's Alba, but he obviously can't say that. He's the fucking embassy. Ambassador, rather. Like, this is technically his country, like, not we can fucking do about it without any solid proof. We accuse him and he's just like,
Bitch, get out of here. Fuck off.
I took out my bubble again.
With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation.
She seems rather upset. Not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that. Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess.
Damn, that you was in on it too now.
I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabasta yet.
If you like paying, then you've got to let me in too, pal. I can't sit around doing another one, Miss Von Karmas in trouble.
Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay?
Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and ready to go. Whoa! As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is gonna get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride.
Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance.
I'll have this whole mess cleaned up. Before you know it. Now let's go.
Yo, what up, bitches? What are you doing? I'm doing my important plan shit.
Okay now, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Kochan's body was found in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damas II, Mr. Kashino, was found here in the Alabastian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Prima Duck statue, and that this is actually Babal's statue.
What the fuck? You touched the statue, you little bitch!
This case, and no matter how I look at it. Sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying?
Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so while people were distracted by the Yatagarasi's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that, too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines.
Oh, fuck.
Hey now. Look, sis, I thought I already told you. I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she's a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine?
It's Alba, he's the ringleader. Plex gets his ridiculous circus over with already.
Franziska, this isn't a circus. You were the circus. Not only a clown, but the entire circus. All along it was you, Franziska von Karma. Franziska, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it.
What?
But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence.
Wasn't Franziska part of both investigations? Am I crazy in thinking that? Franziska was a part of both investigations, right? She was following us here, and then she was in the room with us. That's the only reason that we were able to investigate in the other place.
That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask II.
You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation.
As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. Let's get started. Yes, let's.
Oh, we're doing testimony. I thought we were gonna be able to examine shit and then we'd, find the, hair sticks. Quote-unquote, hair sticks.
One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Kochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babal's Primadux statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries impenetrable to security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Franziska will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself.
Maybe he actually isn't joking. I thought that he was doing it just so that he could buy some time, but he might actually be like, well, you arrested Sheena, so I'm gonna arrest Franziska, bitch.
Agent Lang.
I think that he is faking it though, and he's just saying this so that they can investigate more. But who knows?
Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Zi never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor! Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Zi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth.
Sorry, let me just move my laptop back a bit. Also, you can probably hear it in Lang's voice, but my throat isn't as good today, so I'm not doing Lang's voice as well.
One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Kochin. I concur that this knife crossed over country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babal's Primadux statue. So you're saying that the Primadux statue was also brought over by Franziska? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense. And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there's one thing I do know for sure. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security.
I think that's the picture of the quote-unquote Yatagarasu, because I think that that is the statue, but we might not have. It might be too early for that if that is the correct solution.
Impenetrable? I should hardly think so. You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that?
Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire.
The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Primnock statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the camps was you.
Might be the third or second statement.
Was Franziska really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabast when the Yatagarasu showed. And then just before you guys found Mr. Cochin's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal. Then how do you explain the Primnock statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Primnock statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Oh, the Yatagarasu, but I don't think we've established that it is the statue yet. But I present it as if... Oh, this also, sir... The only one who traversed the two countries was you, and then I present the Yatagarasu to be like, no, the Yatagarasu also did. And then I reveal, if it is the truth, that this is the statue. Objection! What? Never mind! Agent Lang, if you could take a look at me being a little fuck. Law, you sure it's not your eyes that are flawed? Thought to be a gun where you can see straight. But I'm gay!
I was pretty sure about that, damn. Maybe it's what I thought then. Doo doo. That's the revolving fireplace. Do we have the... We don't. I was wondering if we had the notebook to this.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Uh-oh. What do we present though? Is it Larry? Because Larry did. I don't know how we'd show that though. That's the only thing that is of Larry's, right? The samurai dogs maybe? I feel like I presented two valid things at this point. The Yatagarasu and Larry.
Objection!
Huh. Oh golly, it's so hot. First flyer occurred during the Gemma Ninja show, the fire occurred on the fourth and fifth floors, and it took until the end of the show to put the fire out. I'm thinking that maybe during the confusion someone could have... Damn, I was so sure when I presented the... I feel like it has to be this statement, but I can't think of anything with this statement. I'm actually kind of stuck. This is a tricky one. And I don't have to press anything, because I've already pressed everything, and all of the testimonies are very short. Do. So it's obviously not the last two pieces of evidence, those are going to be like the last thing. Wait, is there something about... Oh, is there something about how the statues can't be...
The statues can't be touched, is that it? Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight.
Right, both of the statues were swapped, so both of them crossed the... Fuck. I'm dumb. But still, I feel like I presented two correct answers. Larry and the supposed Yatagrasu.
Oh? Damas too was killed with Babal's Primaduck statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabas' Primaduck statue go?
To Babal!
Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies.
I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items. Only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabas and Babal is her.
Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. I already tried presenting this bitch. Is that really so, Agent Lang?
What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guards said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not gonna overturn my hypothesis that easily.
But suppose there was some other way than through the theater doors.
What other way?
The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I point it out, it would open a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility.
Looks like you've got some clever idea in mind.
I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence.
Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route.
This piece of evidence will show us another way. Take that! Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo.
That supernatural photo? Like I said before. Humans can't fly.
No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well.
And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either.
I wouldn't dream of claiming that.
And I won't allow you to take back what you've said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor.
Oh! But I do. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Then it must have been a statue. Eureka! Very well, you will have your explanation. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is... Da-da. Is this the right one? Was used as weapon, yes.
Take that!
Ah, I guessed it fucking immediately, bitch. Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Primidux statue replica. You can't be serious! The Yatagarasu, or rather, Callisto Yu dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air? And how exactly did she do that? Why am I shouting? He's literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point.
Oh my god, it's the fucking wire.
How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Franziska was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Ms. Von Karma.
No, you don't. Bet you have the wire.
Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy? Oh, please keep calling me pretty boy, ooh. Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Ms. Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Huh. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth?
How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I'm the killer. MayaZetchworth, don't tell me you suspect me too.
I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear about your movements in this room.
Yeah.
Franziska, I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case.
Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about?
I'd like you to please testify to your movements in this room until the murder occurred. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, he'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl no! As you wish. Give it up, Franziska Von Karma.
As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
Franziska, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct?
Yes, of course.
I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Franziska about her testimony in more detail.
As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in Alabastian embassy.
Hold it!
I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could find about the smuggling ring.
Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago. Or have you forgotten what happened here back then?
Oh, anything related to that case where you're involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself.
It looks like you remember the case after all.
Of course I do. It was rather funny when she pulled out the gun.
I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that. Then after that, after I saw the steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office.
Hold it!
Alb, welcome in, Chloe. Isn't that like, aren't you supposed to be at school? Am I crazy? Get back to class if you are. If not, then welcome in. Hope you're having a good day.
So, you were at the theatre as well?
Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show.
Well, yes. Sir Francisco was there.
I just got home? Oh, okay, then welcome back. I thought it was like... Never mind. But welcome back. Welcome in to stream. I said welcome back as in like welcome back home. Welcome into stream. Hi. Hello there. I'm a professional. We're professionals around these parts.
Well, yes. Sir Francisco was there.
Well, after the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even this speech?
For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu planned on getting in, right?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow?
Oh, calm down, Francisco.
This stream is my home. Welcome home, Chloe, into the stream.
She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself.
Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Albert to his office.
Hold it!
They must be, maybe it's just because I already know, but like, they're making him so sus. Albert is the sussiest little baka ever. There's no way that the player isn't supposed to suspect him by now. We're supposed to know, right?
At that time, Damas 2's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct?
That's right. But Ambassador Albert was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence.
A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously?
Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Albert was already here. He was standing by the flower box in the windowsill, watering his plants.
Oh, I could attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office.
Grr. Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony, and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Albert was in this room at the time, was he?
When I arrived, Ambassador Albert was watering the flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
I thought she was gonna say, like, the 4 flowers. And then we go like,
Well, actually, there were only 2. How could this be? Whoa! Hair sticks weren't for hair. For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Albert was watering his plants at the windowsill?
what do you mean by that? Where? Is the pick also part of the plants? We can't get a good look. I don't think so. I was just thinking because it said that it was wet. I don't know, I don't think so. This for sure though.
The entrance to this room is on this side. However, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? That's a double negative, and I don't understand double negatives, but I think it's wrong.
Double negatives always get me. I always get fucked with those. Isn't that not correct? So, is that... So, because there's 2 knots, we can remove the knot, so just, is that correct? He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing, is that correct? Right? I don't know, fuck. I always get caught with double negatives, they fuck me up. I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Albert is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me. With a watering can in his... I can't fucking speak, Miles. With a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right?
I suppose.
After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself, and is growing them with the utmost care, you know.
Yes, the plants in this room, they're all like my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box in the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them! I fucking knew it. Something stupid like that. All 4 of them are in full bloom.
What? What the Franziska? We looked at those earlier, you fucking dumbass. You didn't notice? Ms. Von Karma, what did you say just now?
I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that stem do you not understand?
What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is.
The thing is that not correct? Is that not correct usually comes off as you're asking, is that correct? If it's a question, it goes either way.
Is that not correct?
I think I get that, yeah. It's because he said, isn't that not right, or something, so that fucked me up, the extra not on the isn't.
I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony.
Very well, okay, I don't see why not. There were 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box. Yeah, it's even more confusing, yeah. I think most people struggle with that, like if there's a lot of them. Like if it's, oh yeah, I do not like ice cream, or some shit like that. But with me, even just 2 knots is too much for my brain. I'm like, wait, so it cancels each other out, I think, so because there's 2, I think it means that it is, but I always get fucked up with double negatives.
I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in bloom in that box, correct?
Yes, I should hardly think I could have miscounted such eye-catching flowers.
There must be a deeper meaning to this statement, and it appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress. The primitive statue is already switched by the time.
I don't know why I'm saying it like this. I was the one who pressed on purpose for flavor text. And now I'm sad that I'm getting flavor text. It's because they treat me like a dumbass. I guess it's because I pressed on the very obvious. I almost pressed Q, which would be the press button.
Objection!
Dumbass. Ha ha ha. Franziska, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence.
It does appear that way.
I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your word, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Ms. Von Karma like this?
Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. Eek.
All I've done is state what I saw. I have made not a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? Or if he's taking such good care of them, then it is weird that there's 2 missing ones.
At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. Enigma. Shady enigma. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. Haven't rest until Kami. Whoa, they've been taken out. This patch of soil looks as though it has had something removed from it. Huh, what are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you climb up all of a sudden? I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know. Did you know, Agent Lang, flowers are best appreciated in silence? It looks like 2 things were pulled out of this flower box.
Can I deduce? That'd be handy.
The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well, and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you.
Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already.
I suppose I'll need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in that face of yours, in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it will last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Ugh. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal, and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha! So that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what is important. But when they're used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is...
Are they arrows? Bolts?
That's a crossbow! Wait, you're not really suggesting... I am. These hair sticks. Or rather, plant support sticks. They make for perfect arrows. I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Did Alba try to shoot Sheena?
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all.
Oh, so that's how the wire was set up. The arrow was shot with a wire attached.
So Babal's statue is draped in the Yggdrasil's clothes, and then shot over here? Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Prima Duck statue didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you?
The Prima Duck statues didn't sprout wings.
Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more, and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Prima Duck statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time, and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yggdrasil's clothes and then shot over here. But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo.
This is literally just like the bust. Max's bust. Oh my god.
Ha! And what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yeah, so I hear. And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of sprites and giant creatures to tabloids. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many times in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. Ha! You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now. A courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. But we're in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. Whoopsie. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues.
Yeah, the wire.
If it wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch?
Guessing I present it there, but
I want to press. That thing the crossbow launched? Allow me to show you the answer. Well, come on then. Show me what you've got. But I warn you, I know when you're just bluffing. Oh, well, never mind.
Take that!
if they like say,
Shall I present my evidence here?
then I just will, but otherwise I'll press everything. But if there's something that specifically I press something and it says,
Well, let me present evidence.
then I will just present evidence.
Finally.
I'm not that invested in pressing everything, but I will try to. In just order.
Finally, we've reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say.
Oh, fuck!
You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. Down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabaster's Prima Duck statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's Prima Duck statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in the opposite way of gravity, from the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy, up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. How do you explain that? Aha! I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick works. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you've yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Prima Duck statue! I don't know what that means. I want to say swinging, but I don't know what this means. I genuinely don't know what any of these terms mean. I know what bungee means, but that would be down, right? I don't know what rotary means. Oh no, it's rotary. I don't know what that means. I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously. Simultaneously? Get real! The statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices?
Oh, that would make sense. I get what it means now. It would be like one of those things, you know, conveyor belts.
If you shot an arrow with the two ends...
That's not the word I wanted, but it gets across my point.
If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed. Lang Zi says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Agent Lang, as you know, the Prima Duck statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure, because it's hollow, and the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Lang Zi says, "Whoa!" Very nice piece of information. Here is what I believe happened. Ms. Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Ms. Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED.
This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer.
Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. That was a really weird way to phrase that. I agree that as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? And this should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire, is this the pick? I believe that it is right here in this very room. No, the ceiling fan. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible.
Yeah.
Ha! Looks like he dropped another bomb on us again.
The last piece to the trick. 2 pulleys.
Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there's one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fan's made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. Ah!
Oh! I'm a fucking wolf.
This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. Grr, you really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastion and Beverly's offices, and that the Passion Flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food.
Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth?
Oh.
If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do?
A single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now, but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is.
Take that!
What? I thought it was because it was an Alabastion knife. Bitch, it's an Alabastion knife, so it was from this room, from Alabastia. Oh, fucking... Okay. I thought I was clever, but okay, never mind. This? Oh, it's this. I already know it's Alba, just let me present the profile. Oh! Ugh, then stop being so picky with your food. I already have the piece of evidence that shows who that is. I just have to present it.
I'm gonna go pick up my little sister from the bus stop. Have a good time. Hope it's a nice trip there.
Take that!
I'm glad I saved. I already know it's Alba, why do I have to present a piece of evidence? This is bullshit.
Take that! Take that!
What? The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Ms. Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both officers had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Quercus Alba. Ugh.
You fucking bitch! Stop it!
Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth?
I'm certain of what I'm saying, and I'm sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me, However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain if we were to examine the focus of this complex trick. I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence.
One of the statues, maybe?
I would fully understand the reasoning had this situation been the reverse.
See, I think Edgeworth's about to explain what I was about to say. But the thing is, because I originally thought that Alba wanted the real statue, but the Babalese one was the fake. So I don't understand why he would want the Babalese one, unless it was like to frame... I don't know.
However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primadux statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primadux himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now, with or without your permission.
What the fuck? You little fucking bitches!
We already know the handprint. Is there like a secret hidden inside of it? Twist the head and something comes out. Fucking key pops out of the bottom of it. It's for a stopwatch. This guy kinda looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador.
I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck.
Oh my fucking god, it is.
It looks like a gap.
You took off the head! Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret.
Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What?
Hurry up and open it, Miles.
Alright, here goes.
Wow, it really did open up. Fuck is that? Hey, what's this thing that fell out?
I believe a more thorough examination of it is required.
Nothing at the back.
What in the... is this? Coupons? Hey, is this what I think it is?
It's a plate for making counterfeit bills.
Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabasta to begin with.
Yo, what up? I'm a little guy!
The Primadux statue can only be handled by the ambassador of the Secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena...
Oh fuck! What the fuck?
The ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damas II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue of Damas II and...
You little bitch! Oh shit, I killed the guy.
Then, in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder...
Why would you do that? He loves the Steel Samurai.
He covered the samurai sword in blood.
I love the Steel Samurai, I would never do that.
Well, Ambassador Alba?
I love the Steel Samurai! He's the warrior of New World Tokyo!
You're the leader of the smuggling ring. My country's a mess. It's all because of you.
You're the one who killed Damas too.
Answer us.
You little bitch! I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. Ugh. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Kojin.
Quite screwing around. We're quite screwing around here. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guild onto a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quergus Alba.
It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang.
Subjectivity? My conclusion's anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation.
Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Ms. Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? Stop it! I don't like when you laugh like that.
I also don't.
It looks like you still don't get why I came back.
Excuse me?
You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. I fucking called it. He knew that it was Alba. He was just framing Franziska for time.
What?
Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this whole incident has been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the Ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Franziska of the murder. Using Franziska as the bait, you were able to gain a sentry in investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the Ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow, if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you'd be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? We're partners! Oh my god. I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see what that old man get what's coming to him.
You little bitch! I'm gonna fucking... Oh! Wait, I could just kick you out of my country. See ya, bitches! You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you?
Hey, you're the one who's planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence.
Grr.
I tell you, I knew nothing. Really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't do anything.
It doesn't make sense. Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us.
The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. Also, Jesus fucking Christ, the music is starting to pop off a bit too much. Jesus. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They are both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence.
Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory. Oh my god, Edward's gonna have like this moment of, oh fuck, am I going to have to use, like, not forged evidence, but like, you know, illegal evidence in order to get a conviction, like Von Karma?
and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. And that's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law, and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is what I must make by my own hand here and now.
Fuck. I think if I use it, we'll get like a bad ending maybe, so I want to use it.
There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this.
Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life.
It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Kochin.
Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense, and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader?
I'll have you note that the card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident.
The KG8 incident?
The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Oh, very interesting. I must admit I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you have presented.
The prey the Yatagarasu been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me.
Never mind this progress shit. I'm not gonna go back and do the other, because I just can't really be bothered.
So, what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order.
The knife?
Take a look at this area!
What about that area, bitch?
I've done it to slot 2, so that we can go back if we want. It's just the card? Oh, well, okay.
As you can see, Mr. Kochin is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card is the one you have. Just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
It has CC's blood on it, bitch. But there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. Oh my fucking god. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, Then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Kodopian government car.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage.
Oh fuck.
This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kodopia.
Is it? The flower? I think.
No! And I didn't save. Oh no, did I do that? Did I do what I thought I did? Oh no, please tell me that I didn't.
I might have accidentally. Fuck, I did! I'm pissed. I accidentally clicked on VSDC video editor, now it's loading. Now my screen is covered. Fuck! That's annoying. We have to wait like fucking a few seconds. Let's just skip this text while we're waiting. Oh, it's just because the card is in his pocket. I can't even see the names because it's just about covered. I don't know where it is. I'm now behind. Let's just wait for VSDC to be over. Wait, I might be pointing directly at it.
I can use OBS to find out.
That looks like I'm pointing right at it.
I can use OBS to find out, bitch, but I can't see the names. I'm assuming that's Edgeworth, but I can't see the names, so we'll have to wait for VSDC to open now.
Fuck.
I have to close VSDC, but it's still loading.
Wait. It's loaded, and now it's closed! Then let me close a few other things, and I think now we should be good to go again. Woo!
The shape of this pocket and the directives card in it. It tells us that without a doubt, the person in this photo is, well, this person in this car is Mr. Cochin.
Yeah.
The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day.
Oh!
Oh fuck! Holy sh- Oh my god.
You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
Look at him! He just doesn't give a shit.
How so?
Like, holy fuck, look at him! Oh my god, I thought maybe like a Yanni Yogi thing would happen where like, you know, he'd straighten up his back a bit, sit up a bit, but this is next fucking level! Holy shit! I thought like his eyes would open, he'd straighten out his back a little bit, but that was fucking wild.
How so? The Principality of Kodopia no longer exists. So naturally, all the records from that time period also no longer exist. No, that arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy?
Oh, he's sparkling, look at him! He's giving a little smirk.
I'm a little sparkly man. The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage.
Here is the flower badge. We didn't know that he had a flower badge yet, even though it was pretty obvious from Paleno's butterfly badge.
What the?
And they really make it in your face as well.
What the? Ambassador Alba.
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Godopia, and it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Godopia. But now I'm the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest.
What? Holy fuck! Look at him! Oh my god!
This is how it'll be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I've chosen. Grrr. You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it?
Oh damn.
For the lot of you to have come this far.
I missed the other thing where he throws out his cane. Yeah, that was fucking crazy. Welcome back, Chloe.
It looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Record. Sorry, my throat. I'm not used to doing this.
I'm used to being a little guy.
Regarding the Damas 2 murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense? Damas 2 attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. Guys, it's really not the time, it's a double murder.
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense.
Oh, holy fuck, look at him! Oh, he's so fucking evil. Oh, I love him. Look at him.
I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should.
But Damas 2 didn't have a single weapon on his body. Oh, look at him!
Hold on. It's nothing to get worked up over, because I hid the weapon.
He got a boo-boo. Ew, you hit it.
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears.
It's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Since he has both the wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so.
Bro probably stabbed himself just to argue self-defense. That was my thought, is that he thought about this situation and stabbed himself with them. The commitment, yeah. Damn. Oh, look at the evidence. I get why it's that picture, but that's so funny. No way.
Oh, which reminds me. I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve.
But also, that's a dangerous place to stab yourself. There's a lot of, like, veins and shit in your neck. If you stab yourself in the neck, like, you're being really, really, like, that is... Oh my god, the spikes on his fucking... Oh, I love him. But, like, right? I swear that there's, like, a bunch of veins and shit in your neck. Like, it's very easy to, like, cut something and just, like, instantly die. Like, if he did do this to himself, that's fucking either stupid or very smart. I can't tell.
Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of Damas too was done in self-defense.
Why'd you whip me?
In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there's one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that?
Ugh! Oh! That's what you mean? Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastan soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
My guess is that he actually killed someone outside of the embassy, and that's how we're gonna get him. No, not extraterritorial rights. No! Golly.
No, you believe, sir? Sir, the extraterrestrial rights. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this?
Agents investigate, and that's our job. The judgment of people who've confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. Though these rights are effective, even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance, and your expression, that's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences.
He just keeps talking about extraterritorial rights. Yeah, holy heck.
The end justifies the means, Agent Lang. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands.
He's a member of the government, of course he does.
These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
These two layers of protection, that extraterritoriality.
I'm gonna say this a lot, so I'm gonna have to get used to it. Extraterritoriality.
Extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court.
Oh, look at him! He actually looks so much goofier in this little sprite. I don't know why, but all of a sudden just he looks a lot goofier.
You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers.
Ah! Is there nothing we can do?
To be continued. Alright, so here, we're gonna go back to file 1. We're gonna see what happens if we don't present it. Just because I'm curious. It could be really boring, but I'm curious. Save state to 2, and then load state to 1.
Don't use it. I'm a prosecutor, and I can't allow myself to use evidence against such as these.
Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't do something, Ambassador Alba's gonna get away with it.
Oh, I know, but...
What are you holding back for? The only thing Von Karma should pursue is a perfect proof. If you really do have what it takes to complete our argument. Yeah, I think it's just gonna be the illusion of choice. Then there's absolutely no reason not to use it.
Ugh.
Lang Zi says the reason people judge people is because people are people. People weren't born to be chained to the law. The laws are born to protect the people. You're the only one here right now who can put this guy out to pasture. And that is the only way a second or a third generation of Zheng Fa's people will be born. Can you really still hesitate knowing the fate of a nation rests in your hands?
There's no limit to the law.
I think this is... Yeah, that was just flavor text, the illusion of choice. Let's get back to file 2.
Oh, I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritorially. I can't believe that he believes in aliens.
Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice.
I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him.
I know.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. See ya.
Damn.
If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasum and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare.
Mr. Edgeworth,
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What? What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan, or attack?
Hold it! Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet.
Okay.
I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here.
She's right.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay.
Right behind you.
Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir. See ya.
Oh my god, it's me, Dick Gumshoe.
And I have some things that I need to investigate further in Alabast.
Well, now then. Before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion Flowers data erased from my organizer. The item neutralis or lobby. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something.
There's something he doesn't want us to investigate.
Well, duh.
Duh. I wonder why. That was supposed to be sincere, but wait, that's the picture. Anyway, that was supposed to be sincere, but I take Kay's comment as sarcasm. Gee, I wonder why.
There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador.
The photo's the other one, the flowers on... Yeah!
First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him.
Cool. Sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want.
And murder to mask, too. Run a smuggling operation, and make counterfeit bills, apparently.
I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin and Babal.
Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights, the extraterritorial ones, are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here.
So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we?
We might stand a chance, if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights.
Yeah, I think that it was committed, like, just outside the embassy or something. Anyway, the photo. Yes, look at them!
I met the Steel Samurai. It was a great time. I loved it there.
This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? The Steel Samurai? I won't rest until Kami.
The flowers, the flowers.
It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses.
Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers.
Yeah. It's all because of those floods that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower here?
That one. I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before.
The shape? Oh, it's the pick! Right? It's a petal.
Is this what somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? No.
What? I'm the dumbass.
I'm being way too confident. I'm like halfway dead now.
That was right. Maybe I need to do it on the... I don't know why it didn't work. Alright, I thought that maybe it thought that I was on the Steel Samurai. Maybe I... Let's get... I know why. Do I have to examine something first? I'll do this one more time, but... Yeah. I think I need to do something first. I think I'm gonna save over... Save state 1. Because I keep on going to that instinctively, so it'd just be easier to keep using it. Send your evidence it's just something else? It's something else. But it's the same flower. What?
I thought I was big brain, but now I'm just confused.
Wait, can I look at... Look at him. Nah, nothing here. God, I love him. I love him so fucking much. You're thinking very far ahead, but it was right. Okay. I see. Well, it's not that difficult to figure it out. It's the same shape, and colour, and everything. Okay, well, we'll examine the rest of the picture.
There's that troublemaker standing there smack in the center making 2 peace signs.
Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the 2 ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right?
No, I have no idea who he is.
Wait, but you just said he. You knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right?
I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again.
I mean, yes, that's why I didn't realize it when I... That's why I didn't realize it when I played. Fine, I'm smart. Okay, I'm smart, as long as it means that you're not stupid. Oh my god, I'm done with this. Whenever I say something's obvious and someone's like, well, I don't know. It's always like, I don't know how to explain. Sure, I'm smart. Sure thing. Why not? I'm smart. That's the reason I figured it out, because I have fucking 500 IQ. I'm the biggest brain. You are above average IQ, but it takes like at least 499 to get it, so, you know. Does that make you feel better? I don't know. That sounds even more condescending. I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Billion IQ, yeah, exactly. Talk about deceptive.
I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically.
Yeah, not that drastically. He fucking did a fucking... I don't even know what he did. It was fucking crazy. I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile.
I want to murder kittens and puppies. I hate them and I want them all dead.
Okay, please try to remain calm and focused on the here and now.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're gonna be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. I do know what the evidence is, though, so if you need hints, I got you. Okay. Thanks for that. Look at Palliano, he's lovely. Mr. Palliano has a really great smile, don't you think? He really does. I bet he was really happy that they were gonna become Kidapia again.
Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him who's always thinking of his country is really to be admired.
Yeah, although this happened, I really hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday.
I hope so as well, but for that to happen we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Kidapia are locked away.
And we will. What about his flowers?
It seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet with an accent of chamomile. Chamomile! Chamomile! What is chamomile? I need to look up chamomile. Do you know what that is? Chamomile tea? Chamomile plant?
Chamomile is widely regarded as a mild tranquilizer and sleep inducer. We finally figured out the name pun. Chamomile. I didn't know what a chamomile was, but it's like a plant that can be a sleeping drug. Oh my god, well that explains why I didn't know a name pun. That's so good. Oh my god. Wow. I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance.
Okay, this is just a picture.
Look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Persistence of empathy. If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination.
Sorry, that was me talking. If you can smell the scent, the hallucination, yada yada.
Oh, my phone got it clicked. It's a sleep edition. Cammy sleeps. Yeah. By the way, about that, I want to say on stream, because I talked about this with Chloe earlier. I was looking at the Ace Attorney wiki. I know I probably shouldn't, but I was. I was looking at Cammy's wiki page. Well, now it doesn't matter, because I'm about to finish the whole series right here. But I was looking at Cammy's page, and it said something about the snot bubbles that come up when she's asleep, which I didn't notice them. I was much too focused on the hair just elongating. But when she falls asleep, snot bubbles come out, and that's why when she transforms, she has bubbles. It's because she was faking being sleepy. She was just like using the bubbles that she shoots out when her like transformation happens. She gets angry. She uses that to pretend to be sleepy, which is a really, really cool detail that I didn't click for me. I was like, why the fuck does she have bubbles? Because I didn't realize the snot bubbles. You don't have to be mean about it. I thought it was something to do with like, just, you know, dreamers, bubbles, you know.
Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom.
Oh, plant. Alright, I think that's everything. I think we have to deduce this, but I don't know if we have the evidence yet. I'll look at these flowers, because I wonder if it's the same. No.
Flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors.
There's so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony.
I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason.
What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabasta and Babala, right?
Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce.
Okay then, this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony.
I suppose you could call it that.
I think I have the evidence already, actually. Probably. Maybe. Did he say, have I seen this picture before? What did he say? There's something in this picture that I've seen before. Is there something in this picture that I've seen before? I think it's something to do with the flowers. But it's not this, apparently. I don't think those are there. No. What's that yellow thing? Is that just... There's no way that's anything, it's tiny. Unless this is a separate thing. Nope. Let's save closer, so that when we inevitably have to reload, it's just instantly...
Do 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 do.
Have I seen these somewhere before? Oh. I don't know if it's this. But I think I might get it. You should look at all the evidence again that you can turn around. I was thinking that it's because... Let me show the picture of the Yadigrassi because it's the best way to show this. Thingy. This is the symbol, and it has 5 petals, so I thought that if I showed this flag, it would be like, oh,
But there's a petal missing.
all the evidence I can examine.
There's quite a bit of Mr. Cochin's blood on this blade. Thanks to being a prosecutor, I guess I have to become accustomed to seeing blood. Wait. This flower.
Oh! That's the pick.
There's a striking flower ornament on the handle of this knife. Compared to the Babali's knife's handle, this larger one gives Alabast more presence.
No. No, that's... Don't just shrug it off. That's not... What?
Okay. Babal's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabast is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide off tree in a forest trick.
Is the knife in there? What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife? Ah!
Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing.
Ew, take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal.
Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon.
Then can we do it? Can we deduce again? Look.
Do 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 do.
It's obvious. I mean, it's not obvious. I'm just a billion IQ. Why can't they give it to us billion IQ people? I sense there's something he doesn't want us to investigate. Renovations. This isn't it, right? Oh, it is.
We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press. But the necessary materials, such as the Babali's ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place, or get rid of it all.
Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed is the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one who with the most to gain? Paleno! It's the one person who's been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin.
Is this it?
The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Ms. Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed.
And you mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Was Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Palladino to be ambassador after the reunification?
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primitive statue.
So Mr. Cochin hired Damas too to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin.
It is definitely a possibility at this point.
Those who really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how do you do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast. But Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right?
Is it a Misty Fair, please? Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babelese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is...
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis.
What? Here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has.
It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babel post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
Yo, what's up? It's me, Franziska von Karma. Oh my god, it's me, Franziska. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth.
Franziska, you took Gumshoe's line!
Scruffy is now dead. I took his line. I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents. Security footage.
You move fast.
Can I look right now? I can.
You what up?
Yo, what up? These times are very important, I assume. I don't know why yet, so we're gonna ignore that, but that is handy.
You move fast.
Von Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I was saying, yo, what up at the security camera? I've reignited my passion for yo, what up. I didn't say yo, what up for a while, just cause I don't know why. I just stopped saying it. Now I've found out. Now I've remembered just how much I love saying yo, what up. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case.
Oh, I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he?
Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabasta immigration screening area.
I really hope there's something in here that we can use. So nothing changes other than the people, right? Yeah, I'm quite certain of that.
Which maid's footage should I examine? Ha 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 ha! I don't fucking know.
521 would be the least obvious. Because that has just nothing. Does the Iron Infant definitely has something to do with... I'm gonna say this. Larry lost the Iron Infant.
Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be the shape?
No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch.
Oh my god, did he lose the Iron Infant before we even saw? There's a bulge!
I see. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, just jot it down. It's like, I wish that we had the pushcart.
Pushcart entered into evidence. It's like, what the fuck?
Now, next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera.
I hope it shows us something good. Louis, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country.
But wasn't his body found in Babal? Cochin's body's in the pushcart. Cochin's body's in the pushcart. Cochin's body's in the pushcart.
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself.
Oh, I'm finally rejuvenated! Oh, it's been so long!
Yo, what up? Ambassador Alba!
Also, this theme fucking bops, but the thing is, this was another thing that confirmed my suspicions, because Chloe was like, oh yo, Quercus Alba's theme is awesome, but also the name of it is a spoiler, and also the theme didn't play the first like 2 or 3 times that I met him, so I was like, oh, this is gonna be a... And plus it sounds evil as fuck, so like, I was pretty certain from this theme. I love this theme, it bangs, don't get me wrong, I love this theme, but also it makes it very obvious that he's a fucking criminal.
Ambassador Alba!
I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
And Man Above the Law is the name of the song. Oh, that would have been so funny if you showed the title. I think you can see why I couldn't show you the name. I mean, I think that the song itself is pretty damning evidence that this man's evil. Just listen to it. And plus it doesn't show up when you first see him. You'd think that it would play for him if it's his theme, but it just doesn't. So I was like, well, my guess is that it shows up after a transformation where he, you know, stands up straighter and opens his eyes. I didn't think it would happen like that, but you know. Also, what happened to your cane, my dear fellow? What the fuck?
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you even achieved a new high score. However, once you have recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again.
Best part about Alba is his song, though. It's so good. I don't know, I love Alba. If you don't like him as a character, I don't know what to say. I fucking love him.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over.
Maybe it's just because this is like the last culprit that I'm going blind into for the rest of Ace Attorney ever. This is the final culprit that well, I kinda knew it was him, but I had no like solid evidence. It was mainly just theories and stuff. But he has writing flaws later on, if you say so, but remember, I enjoyed the Kidnap Turnabout, like a lot. I really quite enjoyed that.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over.
No!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret.
Wait, that's where I recognize that. I was like, that beard-tugging animation reminds me of someone, but I can't remember, and I thought it was Damon Gant, his thinking one where he pulls his hair. But when he said overcome with regret, it reminded me, it's Blazers, when he tugs his beard and cries. He goes pee and you have to prove he's not a Steel Samurai. What? But he is a Steel Samurai fan. Chloe, you're speaking nonsense.
So I'm heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
Oh.
Hold it.
Oh no, it was Paleno.
Hold it. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
You speak very slow. Oh, Ambassador Paleno!
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Damn, both of the sillies are serious now.
Very well, if you insist.
I love this screenshot, the sillies have become fucking serious.
I will play just one more round with them, and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther.
Ambassador Paleno, Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. He'll do what's right.
I love Paleno. He's fucking homie.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. How to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manikochin.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by.
Oh, look at him. Oh, I fucking love him.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
I'm guessing we just present him not being in Alabast.
So that is your alibi.
That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you could move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it!
What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth. I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Mayor Sitchworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you are forbidden to lose.
Of course. That is something I've understood from the start.
That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
The goal of the Fresiata Garasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on, through me. So that's why we've got to catch him, okay?
We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have it the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. I'm like a very odd, mixture of British and American, but, we'll see how it goes, shall we? Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here.
Hold it!
Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of ambassadorship. Don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there's the matter of the crossbow arrows on the Primidex statues. And the Primidex statue. What the fuck? He has an objection voice line!
Objection!
Oh my god.
All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy.
What do you mean by that?
I'm sorry, I need to hear that again. I need to hear that again. I need to hear that again. I'm sorry. I need to hear that again. Because I was speaking when it happened.
Objection!
I need to hear it again.
Objection!
Oh my god, I love that. Also, his voice, I kind of got it really... I feel like this is the first time that I've done a voice that is, like, pretty much, like, really quite close to the objection voice line.
Objection! Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. Fuck. You're up.
It's not a hypothesis. Early, we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let's leave that to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
He gives off massive, massive Giselle Brout vibes.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously. Take me seriously!
I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. If the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now, let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by, just watch him get away with his crimes.
In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator?
Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill?
Partners, I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion.
Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in leagues with Mr. Cochin.
I suppose not. But I do know his relation to the smuggling ring, and to Mr. Cochin.
You mean he's the ringleader, and that Mr. Cochin was his subordinate, right?
Correct. But I know more than just that. Ms. Von Karma, I'm sure I remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office, correct?
Yes. The safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it?
Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Coton's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back?
So Mr. Coton didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself. I suppose that's possible.
It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being.
And that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all.
What Ambassador Alba had to gain. I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Coton.
What are you people whispering about among us? Among us? Sussy baka! I'm going to emergency meeting, and I'm going to tell all of the crewmates that you were the sussy imposter, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony.
But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time.
And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabasta?
I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Are you saying that it was the Mask 2 that made the first move?
Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the Prima Lux statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was just an act of justified self-defense.
Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did.
Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth.
You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame this as Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now.
I'm terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Coton, didn't you?
Objection! Man is evil, and I'm sure you're familiar with the facts, but Mr. Coton was killed in Babal, while I was all the way in Alabast. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Coton in Babal. And you are correct.
Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me...
The only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I'm not conceding that your alibi is the truth.
Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi.
He has bars! You would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country.
We'll see about that.
So Mr. Coton was a friend of Ambassador Alba.
If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father, where you ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is that we don't know what your exact relationship was.
Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there's no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where his motive arose.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion, and your hypothetical
Fellow smugglers, in that case, what motive would I have?
Do 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 do. Fuck.
This one?
The other statue. Maybe it's not the statues even.
No, it's not either of the statues. I think it's here. What motive would I have had?
Do 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 do.
We know I had a motive and what it was, we just gotta find what shows it. Yeah, that's the thing. Is that why everyone hates him? Motive would I have had? I get it. I forgot that the note was written by Cochin.
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection! I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling telltales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument.
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabas Primadux statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me?
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing this semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to.
Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Paleno. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paleno. You've done more than enough, my dear fellow. You have come in fucking clutch, Paleno. You do not need to apologize.
Gah! We must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. See ya. I'm gonna guess it's Lang. Hold it.
Never mind, it was me. Hold it. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba.
Kay.
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagrasu's legacy will live on through me. Paleno, it's okay, you tried your best, yeah.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before?
That was, someone's. Was it like Burns or something? It was in Case 4, I think. It wasn't Burns, but he had it, I think, yeah. That is a clue my father, Byrne Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Byrne Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me, this is the one from the second KG8 incident.
The one in which he wrote about the Yatagrasu's key.
Yeah, it was. It was his. Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor who had Mizuyu killed 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. It says written that just, Quickus Alba has killed Manny Cochin.
Damn, he predicted the future, what the fuck?
And what is that toy there? That's...
This thievery device was used by the Yatagrasu, or rather, by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagrasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast, right behind you.
Oh, little girl. To the point.
I want you to go up against Miss Redworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu, for the thorn in my side.
Kay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
Ah, then it was just a bluff. You're just like that man.
Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Badlet found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces. And the keepsakes of your father. It's okay. I believe in Miss Redworth. He'll come out on top in the end.
Kay,
When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me.
Ambassador Alba, your testimony if you please.
Gah. All right, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Palladino's office, you won't stop me.
I can't let this opportunity Kay's created for me to go to waste.
You can't even speak, dumbass, bitch, bitch. It seems, Mr. Edgeworth, that you are not aware that this fuck bitch you've been chasing was you the whole time.
No!
But not only the fuck bitch, you were the bitch fuck.
It can't be!
The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time spent in which I could have killed him, wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people are practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
This is the absolute last testimony. We still have like 5 testimonies with Alba.
But it's the last one, okay? It's the last one!
To be fair though, if we prove now that he did it in the Theatrum Neutralis, then he can't really go, can he? So... But if he just like sticks around because he's like,
Oh, well, okay, but this is the last time, and then I'm leaving.
then that's funny. What an arrogant old man.
Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us.
I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished.
No! I don't want to press you. I mean, I want to press you.
Are there any statements that I can press, or is it absolutely no statements?
So any needless pressing or presenting will cost you more to our case.
In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood? Alright, so I think I can't press anything.
Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babal. In which case, there's only one statement to which I need to present the evidence.
Actually, I don't know, I'll check. Thanks, while you're doing that, I kinda wanna fail. I wanna see what happens if there's like a special thing, because of... I'm sure I could probably get it without presenting. Without pressing, yeah. I'm sure that I could, but I like pressing. I wanna just press a bunch and get my entire bar depleted.
I was watching the Steel Samurai. It was Mr. Cochin who was sitting nearby.
I've been meaning to ask why invites the Steel Samurai as a guest for an embassy event.
I like Steel Samurai Daddy. I love Daddy. So I asked for him to be at the event.
I see. So it was by Ambassador Alba's request.
Now then, will that be all?
No, wait! I'm not finished yet!
Objection!
There's a special lose cutscene for every part of this game. Really? I kinda wish I had, but I wanna lose here specifically.
You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions.
I thought I was gonna say useless queers because of the QUE.
Ugh! The time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away!
Alba will leave if you lose and Edgeworth will be sad. I want that. I'll just press the whole testimony actually, since he does give me text.
After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier.
With like Furio Tigre, it was just
Hey, if you press me, I'm gonna instantly penalize you. This is the right statement.
I think at least, I'm pretty sure it was. Where there wouldn't be any original text.
Do you have anyone who can testify that you never left Alabast after that?
Of course I do. I was in front of a large crowd to give my speech, wasn't I?
I guess he's not lying about being in Alabasta the whole time.
Yes, as long as he's willing to admit to Damask's 2's murder, then I suppose so.
But he keeps saying it was justified self-defense. Oh, I get it. Okay, so what if I were to pretend being all hollow and sunken? And then I run into a klutzy person. Could I call that self-defense?
That's not self-defense. That's just being careless.
Well, you never know until you try.
I suggest that you don't, especially since you've given me a statement of intent.
Now then, will that be all?
No, wait! I'm not finished yet!
Objection!
I love his objection voice line. Maybe it's just because it's similar to mine. I feel like none of the other characters have had similar voices to the ones that I've given them. So this is satisfying that his objection voice line sounds fairly similar.
In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that.
So you never saw Mr. Cochin again after you left this theater?
That's correct. I'm an incredibly busy man, you know. So it's more likely that Mr. Cochin ran into Ambassador Paleno.
Even now, you would push his murder onto someone else. How dare you, saying that I would kill Manny?
Ambassador Alba, I demand that you refrain from making baseless conjectures.
I was merely offering a possibility. No, this won't do. I can already see this is turning into an international incident.
Who exactly is pressing who here? In any case, what I need to do is stay positive and forge on.
Now then, will that be all? Objection! So you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree?
Your alibi is that there was no time span in which you could have killed Mr. Cochin.
Yes, because I was in the theater watching the stage show.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you remember seeing him sitting in the audience?
I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything outside of what was going on stage.
You shouldn't have been so focused on this show and paid attention to your surroundings.
Mr. Edgeworth, it is a fact that Ambassador Alba came to the theater. But I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him at the Steel Samurai show. Well, I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with the Steel Samurai.
Ah, it looks like you are finally beginning to understand. Now then. Objection.
This was the last statement, so I'll press like another one, I think. Yeah, I think just one more, maybe two.
Amazing. Diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything.
So if the only place he met the victim was at this theater, then when was he killed?
We know that Mr. Cochin didn't return to Bubble alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here.
And that means that he was planning to kill Mr. Cochin from the start.
I love the Steel Samurai. He's my favorite superhero. Objection.
The time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away.
Now then, I believe I must end the game here. You've had enough fun, haven't you?
Ugh.
Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't do something, he's gonna get away.
I've already confessed. What else do you want from me?
No, no, I've yet to obtain the truth behind tonight's events.
Do you think I really care about this truth you seek? Now, since I've admitted to my crime, I will need to pay the airport a visit. So if you would be so kind as to move out of my way.
Grr, is there no way to stop this man?
I don't believe we'll be meeting again. However, I will pray for your success.
We're not through here yet.
See ya.
Ugh, is it really game over? Yup. Oh, thus the truth was lost for all eternity.
Nice.
The last time I met with Mr. Hodges here at the Theatrum Neutralis, what happened? I don't remember the time loop.
I was in Alabasta the rest of the time, I think that's true. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cutchin again after that. There's no time span in which I could have killed him, wouldn't you agree? Fuck! I'm wondering if it's here. Let me do something real quick. Yeah, I wasn't sure on that, but I wanted to test it.
I did not see Mr. Cochin, Mitch.
Ah, it's White. Do do do. Do 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 do. But samurai dogs.
I already checked the body to see if there was anything on him, right? Yeah. Didn't see Mr. Cochin after that. Did I try this? Yeah. Base of neck. That's funny. Goodness, it's so hot. It might not even be this statement, to be perfectly honest. But he wasn't there. Did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. In Alabasta the whole time. My goodness, golly gumdrops. It is hot. Knife.
I'd like you to take a look at this picture. Look at this photograph!
It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh my fucking god, I'm fucking Eminem! It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations.
Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder.
Come again.
This is the knife that killed Mr. Kojin. I see you recognize it as well. I see you recognize it, as well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater.
Alba's the real rap god. He's the real Slim Shady.
Hi, my name is Chicka Slim Shady.
Quirkus, Alba, what the fuck are you talking about?
Samalama Dumalama, you assuming I'm a human, what I gotta do to get it through the arms to be human?
Whoa, what the fuck? I see you recognize it, as well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater.
Don't ask why I know so many Eminem lyrics, it's for cover songs. I'm planning on doing a few Eminem songs for cover songs. Specifically, a certain character.
You hit it in, among us, sussy, you are Sussy Baka. You hit it in among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai. Meaning that you killed Manny Kojin here, at the theater.
It's time for me to catch my flight.
Eminem songs with Alba would be awesome. If I might do one for Alba, if I might. It's a different character, but I might. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe as a bonus song. I haven't thought of a song for Alba yet. We'll see. There's a different character that I have compiled a few Eminem songs for, though.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment.
Ugh.
No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again.
That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court.
Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur.
No! No!
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell.
No. The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Here he is, Lang! Oh my god!
Hayden Lang!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor.
Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon.
Right, I keep being under the impression that those doors are to the exit, but that's just to the stage show. The exit would be down here. But wait, let me look at something real quick. These are the doors, right? I guess that the theater's beyond here. I don't know, I keep on thinking that those doors are the exit.
Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. Can't touch this. Do. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Why do you keep making song references?
Sorry, but no, it wouldn't.
What?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
What do you mean? Revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Lang Zi says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it.
The Imperial household? You... What have you done?
You've been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba.
Oh fuck, he got him fired!
Oh!
What? Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
Alba's been impeached, holy fuck! The video of the Adagrass are protected.
You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title.
Oh my fucking god!
He underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Zi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world. It really paid off.
Fuck you, you little fucking bitch! It can't be! I don't believe this! My ambassadorship has been revoked!
Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a little man. Sorry, I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Also, why'd he get his can back? Where'd that come from? Is he gonna do the same sprite again to become big again? I really hope so.
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. No! Won't be stopped now! Don't stop me! Oh my fucking god, I saw that coming from a mile away. Jesus fucking Christ, can you stop with these song references? He still intends to fight us. So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me.
What? You said that you... what?
I'd expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? How are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Stress. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. The man who masterminds the game. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using... Fuck, I turned British. I turned into Manfred von Karma. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal.
The thing I'm not a fan of about Alba is that he's like, you're done, no more testimonies, but that happens like 50 times this case. Is that the only reason? Because the guy who is a master criminal doesn't want to be caught? I love him, but like his writing has flaws. If you say so, I'm loving it.
Look, don't you think we've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
I'm gonna be very disappointed if his breakdown is just the same sprite that's happened twice already, though. The one where he just fucking... all of his fucking flakes chip off. Like, that happened with Von Karma, but then also the headbanging happened. Von Karma's breakdown was reused for the speedrun.
No, my speedrun!
Similar to it for sure, I'm sad.
You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right?
Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything.
I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness.
Am I crazy, or is there another part after this as well? I don't remember if we're in the second or third. I thought we were on the second, but we could have easily... No, wait, did we go on to the third? We might have went on to the third, without me noticing. There's another part after this. Okay, yeah, we are on the second. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy!
And we'll get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony.
Part 3. If we're just gonna keep on expanding on this, it's gonna be we're gonna get to some pretty big numbers.
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet.
Yes, that's right, as I explained earlier. The commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your personage.
Objection! You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me, isn't that right?
Excuse me?
The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of.
What a pathetic excuse. The weapon that was used is one of your national treasures. It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take.
I allowed some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary. You're an even bigger slime ball than I'd thought.
Elbo's testimony, part 7, he go poop.
You would push the guilt of Mr. Cochin's murder onto one of your subordinates?
In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there.
You still wish to deny your actions?
And you still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder.
What? I am not in denial.
Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. I believe it's because he is no longer ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I.
Wait! For the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do.
Ah, quite the pair of frightening women you are. But I digress.
Frightening? I'm sorry, but how old is he again? Oh, I can't see profiles. That's sad. He was like 70 something, wasn't he? And then the 17 and 19 is like,
oh, Jesus Christ. Spooky. Spooky. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Even if he was found in Babal, he was killed somewhere else.
Objection. Stop bluffing, because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, oh fuck. If this were a court-martial in my country, he would have already been removed from the room.
How are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws. Hold on, Agent Lang. Allow me to fight him with my way. Evidence.
Ha ha ha! I was just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him. Too bad. Though I'm no longer an ambassador, it still could have been an international incident.
If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony.
Very well. But to be fair, you should watch what you say as well. There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal.
Is that really so? You could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet, and then move the body.
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as makes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions, and arouse me.
oh my god, it would arouse him! Come to think of it, There wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage.
Ugh. Wait. Let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said that the guard would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. But then by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally.
Well done, Edgeworth. You've cracked the case, you have. Fucking genius, mate.
If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hint to solving this case.
Well, right after the Steel Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabasta, right?
From there, he started preparing for a speech in the Alabastian embassy.
It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babylese embassy.
He couldn't have gone to Babal, but the body didn't remain at the theatre either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first?
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck. That's the beginning of the testimony. I'm a fucking little bitch. I'm a little bitch.
Haha, it was what I thought immediately.
Actually, I do believe that was a way to transport the body out of the theatre. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
I do not know what a videotape is. It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Sure, I congratulate you on getting your hands on it.
Just letting you know that we are not the only ones watching your every movement.
Thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth of the pushcart.
Cochin?
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is a penis. Is Mr. Cochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess! But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis. However, how are you liking Alba? He's absolutely lovely. Welcome in, Jeremiah HEV. Or have... Well, welcome in, Jeremiah. Oh, the H will be from the Jeremiah, duh. Oh my, I can't fucking speak. I'm so sorry. I'm loving him, to be honest. I absolutely love this dude.
If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way.
But welcome in, I hope you're having a good day.
I don't have any more time to play with you people.
Hold it! Sorry I took so long, Mr. Retro, sir!
I was about to say we could find like traces of blood if we find the car, and then Gumshoe comes in fucking clutch. Gammy?
Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area. So that's where you went. The detective spirit that it Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart? I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh? Well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective. Yes, sir.
Well, there it is.
It's blood!
How'd you not notice that?
This must be Mr. Cochin's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at the theatre, and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then...
Some people think Alba's an obstacle to the credits. I wondered your opinion. I like him ironically. I'd say that I think that he's a cool character. I don't actually like him in the sense that I think he's like, oh my god, he's so amazing. I get that though. People think he's an obstacle to the credits. I feel like with Sheena, that could have definitely it could have definitely ended there. They didn't have to include this, but sorry, got caught in my throat. I still quite like him. I don't know, I'm a sucker for the, like,
I'm a little man, but then I turn into a big dude.
kind of character. They do that a lot in Ace Attorney.
And then, you force the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Also, I love his voice line.
Objection! Forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No!
If I can show you how...
Sorry, that just took me by surprise. He did it again. If his breakdown is just that, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm hoping that's like, Gant, where that's just like a shocked sprite, and then the actual breakdown's something completely different. Alba hardly even argues, he just says no and then wins. That's fair.
If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win.
But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after you return to Alabast.
Ah,
Mayor Zitchworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? I bet $50 he's smug again. I bet 1,000,000 cents that he's smug again.
To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means...
There's no questions that can't be answered, right?
the Primulux statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air.
My 1,000,000 cents! The voice that I did that in was kind of the same voice that I'm doing the no for Alba. Because I can't quite do that voices for screaming, so I just go like, no!
That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along, Zinc LeBlanc.
What? That doesn't... What? No! Since when? Why? No! Stop it!
So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit.
He looks so fucking cool. I love him.
After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai, shaking hands. I'm a big fan, you see. I was like, oh my god, it's Steel Samurai Daddy, warrior of Neo World Tokyo and father to the Iron Infant. How would I know that if I weren't a huge fan? Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Ashigarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
It looks like you left off a few things. Such as the murder of the Mask 2. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I speak really slowly, so I think I'm done with my sentence, and then there's another word after. I do so hate to waste time.
What?
You... Is not every life precious?
Do you really need me to answer that for you?
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely throughout society.
Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like.
I'm very British and American. It's very...
Odd accent, but you know, whatever. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. I also got an autograph.
So I was only with the Steel Samurai. I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
Wendy had a bad hip.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Well, young people don't get a pain in the hips. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
Oh, I'm a little man again.
He did not need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared.
That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you'd set up.
A most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up?
If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you went to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu shadow.
Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me.
But you can see that video of me stabbing the victim. It was actually Sheena cosplaying as me.
He's right.
It's that random character showing up for repeat till credits.
You, what's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything?
Ugh. Very well then, let's move on to a different question.
I can understand because I'm at the beginning of it right now, so I can see if it goes on for like another fucking 2 or 3 hours that it'll probably get pretty boring pretty quick.
After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden?
Because there's another part, isn't there? So still a bit left.
Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this. However, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man.
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Demask too.
Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primulux statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Miss Von Karma's really letting her whip fly now.
Yay! I think the scary part is her Alex while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. Grr! I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Niles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal?
Sir.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Grr. Even after proving so much. Is he gonna get away with it?
Yeah. Is this the end?
Hold it! It appears that we made it just in time. Oh my fucking god! Wait! This literally fucking is... This is the 3rd time this has happened.
Oh my god, I'm at the end. I don't know what I can do.
Hold it! I'm here!
But we're at the end again. Hold it, I'm here.
But we're at the end again. Hold it! I'm here! I get what you mean now. I get what you mean now. Wait, is that the Iron Infant? Oh my god. Wait, why is Wendy here? I don't want you to be here. This happens so many times. And then Palena comes bursting through. And then Rhoda comes bursting through. And then Lawrence comes bursting through. You know, it's a whole thing.
It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle.
Evil Magistrate, it is time for you to pay.
Damn, Wendy got some good voice acting.
It's the Steel Samurai.
No, you're mistaken, for I am
Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of the old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Do not call Wendy Oldbag Mommy, please. For the love of God, please do not. Angie Poo.
No! The two people that I wanted to see the least. Lie! What are you two doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bag out with a single thrust of my samurai spear. He's gonna fucking kill... I mean, how many times has Alba been threatened with death at this point?
Go away.
Can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us?
All three, the Iron Infant. I think Edgeworth is about to say objection, go away. Von Karma shows up out of nowhere to tell Edgeworth to forge evidence.
No, we're at the end again. Crocus Alba's going to escape.
Objection! Edgeworth!
I thought you were dead, Manfred.
No, Edgeworth. I've come back from the dead to tell you. Just make shit up. I don't know. At this point, just make it up. I don't fucking know anymore, man.
Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant.
Does that really matter right now?
I'm sure it does, Edgeworth. The Iron Infant was in the fucking cart. Hey! Is that just me, or does the Iron Infant completely is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Was it in the water? Oh yeah. I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Oh, wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said.
Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it.
Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal. And he found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal.
Oh, that! Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. Ooh, I wonder how. I thought I'd lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in...
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries.
There's like 10 people in this room. Yeah, all of the agents with Lang, and then Gumshoe, and then Larry and Wendy, and then... Didn't Palino also do the same thing? He didn't get a fucking, image drawn of it, though. He should have. Just for the bit, if not anything. If nothing else, at least for the bit. Palino also had that moment, didn't he? Oh my god. I just... Oh, I love this. I'm sure it's gonna get boring eventually, but right now I love it. It's so fucking stupid.
The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babal is...
Bilateral symmetry? Bilateral symmetry.
It was the bisexual symmetry. Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste.
Oh, the pool. Can the pool... There's also Lang's 99 agents, yeah. The bisexuals, I've solved the case.
It was the bisexuals that stole the Iron Infant. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Coon's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine.
The pool? I don't think it'll be this one because we can't get into Alabasta, right? So it'd be here. Even though there's not a pool there.
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
I love how the cat has just no depth to it.
It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time.
Not too fast, huh?
He will stay here with us and wait.
I don't understand why the text is so slow sometimes. Could be due to lag, of course, but... Oh, my phone.
This is Edgeworth. Miss Edgeworth! Oh my god, it's me, Dick Gumshoe. It's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden.
Ooh, it's there.
Just as I suspected.
What is it?
The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there's also a pool at the corresponding location of the Babalese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast.
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant.
Ah!
My bad, it's only 9 characters in portraits here. How many characters have showed up to be like, hey, stop! First we had Paliano, right? And then Lang showed up. Oh my god, look at him! Oh my god, look at him! That's extraterritorial rights, thanks. Then Lang showed up, then fucking Gumshoe showed up, and then now Larry showed up. Sheena better show up after this. Edgeworth gets in a bind again and Sheena shows up.
This blasted doll!
Why does he have so many, like, breakdown moments?
Mr. Edgeworth! Oh my god, I'm back! I'm back! Look who it is! Hey! Don't tell me! You guys figured everything out without me! We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son.
Albert's grasping at straws, yeah. He's literally breaking apart at the seams, literally, like every single contradiction. Like, we point out the littlest thing, like,
Aha, minor spelling mistake.
no!
Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kinda unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through the Babal.
Grasping at straws, but somehow survives another part.
This guy's a doll, and he's small. Bars. So I can believe it made it. But he has a point.
Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh my god, it's me, Quercus Alba. Are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe?
We've seen his damage sprite like 8 times, yeah.
You see, Mr. Prosecutor? Our chase after this man is far from over. Why? We've caught him on like so many shit. Agent Lang!
Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now?
He's not. He realized a flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing.
Oh no, not another thing.
Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember?
Yeah, Sheena just brought it up.
You mean... Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that.
It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe.
It was drained. It refills.
It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man.
And then who's gonna come through bursting through the door? who's gonna burst through the door now? Come on, who's it gonna be?
Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babal?
The fire. Ooh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. Oh, so that's why the water was gone. It's because of the fire, because they drained it. so that they could use that water for the fire. Manikochin comes back alive and bursts through the door. Case solved. I want to look at these real quick. Auto refills when the water level's too low. I was wondering if they could, like... So I think this is what happened, is that they emptied out this and, for the fire, and so it was pretty much empty.
Get rid of the water. Aha! That's it!
Now I believe this time we really are done, right?
Nope. Nope, no. Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me.
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water. Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babylonis embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
I haven't lost yet.
I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
They'd burned the embassy 2 times? Yeah, there were... I don't remember if there's any evidence mentioning it, because I can't quite remember, but 2 fires broke out. Check button for details. The first fire at the Babylonis embassy occurred during the Gem and Ninja show. Fire occurred on the 4th and 5th floors, and it took until the end of the show to put the fire out. The second fire at the Babylonis embassy, which is the one that we know of, occurred after the Gem and Ninja show. The fire occurred on the 3rd floor, and Mr. Koji's office caught fire during this.
Even if all the water was used by the firelight fighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are these pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools were extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It will be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things.
What do you mean?
Edgeworth is becoming self-aware. He's tired of Alba's nonsense.
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will.
Oh, looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
The way in which Ms. Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could...
Thanks.
This was used so that the body and Ms. Sheena could move up and down in the pool. Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking.
He used the fountain spouts? How so?
The water levels in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Ms. Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babylonis side, and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Kojin's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spots in advance, in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the rose garden, and pushed it along with the iron in front of Mr. Kojin's body into the pool. At this time, Ms. Sheena was busily was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in the pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabasta into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain faucet once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Ms. Sheena and the body. After that, Ms. Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body onto the Secretariat's office. There's an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Kitchen's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Sir, you've used that sprite like 4, 5, maybe 6 times now? Come on. The shock value goes down a bit after the 7th showing of that sprite. Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
I know that I just freaked out and break down, but objection! You accuse me of moving the body across the country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now?
Proof, I believe is what he seeks.
Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
He wants proof? What are we gonna do, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. And the body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight.
The knife.
Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route.
This is how far it took for us to realize,
Hey, that chip kinda looks like a bit of the knife. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open-air stage area.
I don't know if it's the knife or the singular. I'm gonna say that it's the singular, the pick, rather not the chip.
Yeah.
And what exactly is this?
But just throw in the towel, nobody could have done it but you. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's pretty obvious. I think that it's literally, he is the only possibility at this point.
You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babalese side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps. I don't know what that word is, I just wanted to pronounce it like chagrin, because I'm posh. But this is not a guitar pick.
What?
Just do your breakdown again, do it. Do the shocked animation. We're ready. This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't allow me to fill you in on what I found at the stage actually belongs to...
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Marikochin. On the handle of this knife there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now, let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot.
It's a perfect fit.
I assume that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Kitchen's murder, and then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Kitchen's body.
That's an interesting story. Nothing more.
Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Have you seen Zero Escape, ex-Ambassador Alba? Do you know the wet line? Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Babali's side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool onto the... What? It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into a ball. Impossible! The people of Zangfa have been waiting to see you, face to face, Mr. Alba.
We shall get punished for pointing out the missing pic 2 hours ago. Yeah! That was so annoying, because it's like, oh hey, I figured it out. The pic is supposed to be here. But nope. It doesn't. Nope, not yet. You're not allowed to.
The people of Zangfa have been waiting to see you, face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy.
Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
You can't call what you've got a perfect argument.
Yes, I can. Literally, that's why I said you were thinking so far ahead earlier. 2 hours ahead. We're not allowed to think about that yet. You know, I don't think this guy's gonna ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else.
Can you prove water's wet?
He's right. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually.
I mean, we've got enough evidence to lock him up. It definitely happened in the lobby, and we have enough evidence to convict him. Our job is done. We've investigated. Our job is done.
No, he's got us. I can't prove water's wet. No!
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line!
Will it? Will it be the end of the line, Edgeworth? Are you sure that will be the end of the line, Edgeworth? Are you sure? Really, Edgeworth? Are you sure?
To be continued!
Literally!
This will be the end of the line! There's another hour-long part after this. This will be the last testimony!
Yeah, it's like...
This really is the end. Anyway, next part. There's another 2 hours of this.
Oh, that's so funny. Fuck.
Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more, one singular more time, and that will be the final testimony ever.
As if there is anything else for me to testify about.
I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Kochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
I can't make any promises. I might add an extra testimony by accident. And then we'll be stuck here for the end of time. If you come any closer, I'll be forced to use my special attack. That's right, my special attack is nothing. You'll be stuck here with me forever.
No! There's nothing we can do to stop this! I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show.
Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation.
I need so much water. This dude's voice is like literally my Von Karma voice, but slightly Americanized. It's time to prove he's not a real Steel Samurai fan. Chloe, you're delusional. Everyone's a real Steel Samurai fan. Except the Larry Steel Samurai. Not my Steel Samurai. But everyone's a Steel Samurai fan at heart, Chloe.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
Larry's not my steel samurai. A worse crime than murder, exactly.
So, you're in the theatre proper. What? So you're in the theatre proper? What? Proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you?
Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I?
You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who is cool.
Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy! Who is she? You're on thin fucking ice, said Larry. Thin fucking ice.
She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her. Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation.
We don't owe her an explanation. Ignore him, Edgeworth. I think it's silly the Presto theme plays when he's like,
That's right, I watched the show.
sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yeah, it's okay, I'm Larry Butts! Whip him, whip him! Ten and Timsy Peanuts Gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this.
Mr. Prosecutor, and this is the final battle. You got that?
Is it? Is it really? Tell me, is it? I know. This is the end. For that man there.
Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth.
My name is Mr. Edgeworth.
I'll leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear. I will finish the job. In a bit. Not right now. This really is the endgame. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies.
And for the record, since I mentioned last stream that I do mimic the sprites sometimes when I'm doing them, I want you to know that for this one, I use my head hair. Like, I'm tugging on there's like a little strand of hair peeking out from, in front of my headphones. I'm using that as a beard.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience.
But I'm more like twirling it rather than pulling it. You tug your eye beard, yeah.
Man, how is this working? I should have been arrested in
Japanifornia.
It's just, it cuts to his thoughts and he's just like,
Damn, I didn't think this would work, man. I could just say that it's not possible and it works. Damn, okay then. The last row. I should think that an ambassador would have special seating reserved.
I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well. So I gave up all of the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see him.
Ah, hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here.
My dear madame, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again.
Oh my, well aren't you the considerate person when you wanna be?
these two. I ship Old Bag and Alba. Best rap hat. I ship it. I ship it. 1,000,000%. These two can go be happy. I'll be happy for them.
But this young butterfly is on the side of Edgy Poo. So you can spare me the flirtatious come-ons.
Damn, I thought I had a chance.
Wow, he's completely frozen.
In frustration, perhaps. I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent.
Old Bag and Alba, go be happy in jail, yeah.
In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show?
I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose.
Are you admitting then that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching?
Objection! Quiet! You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way!
No, he's rhyming again!
I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. While it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience, I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you?
Tell me. Oh, I was watching too. Oh my god, we should have gotten seats together. I got the autograph, but I threw it away because that was an imposter.
Well, I remember the content of the show as well myself.
That's nice.
That's nice.
Miles Hitchworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture.
I wasn't planning to let him.
Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab.
That's not right.
Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that.
How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Well, the Samurai Spear was broken. The Samurai Spear was broken, you bitch.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you the name of the move?
I suppose you are correct. But if you could, please elaborate on this point for me.
One of the scenes of his was the never-before-seen early summer rain jab move.
So you present the spear there.
You're not a real Steel Samurai fan. You didn't even know that the spear was broken. Early Summer Rain Jab was a move that was to be unveiled today.
And because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi.
How sad. The only way he's gonna protect himself is that he watched the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left.
Yes, and to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him. One of these times, at least.
Yeah, we'll find a way to bring him to justice.
Now then, let us continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba.
Very well. The Steel Samurai special move and the various other scenes. Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
Under different circumstances, we could have been great friends, ex-Ambassador Alba. I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed.
What?
Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed.
You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you?
Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt. That's all.
Then allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more.
Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh?
Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose, then yes, I would be the Steel Samurai, wouldn't I? Oh my god, I'm the Steel Samurai! And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. Kay and myself were also in the audience of the Steel Samurai stage show.
He's got nothing on the Gem Ninja, but he was still cool enough, I guess. Was my brand new special finishing move totally rad?
No, don't tell me! It was you who thought up the special move!
Yup. Now what was it again? Extremely silly rain jab. Was that it? No, wait, it was stubble breaking chop. That doesn't sound quite right.
How can you forget a move you came up with? The final piece to Mr. Alba's alibi is that he was watching the Steel Samurai show. However, he was busy killing Mr. Kochin.
Give me a sec. Yeah. Oh, you can't pause the movie? Oh well. Oh no, it's nothing important. I'll be right back. I just gotta do something real quick.
He should not have had the time to do so.
Early summer rain jab.
Hedreth is living his dreams, the Steel Samurai. I'll bet if any investigation games characters get shown in the mainline games, hope you never get mentioned at all, you roadblock.
The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection! You little irritating nut.
I don't know, for me personally, my favourite part of... I think this is why I like the Kidnap Turnabout, because my favourite part of Ace Attorney, the games are fantastic, but my favourite part is doing the voices. Which is why I don't like Old Bag, obviously, but I love doing her voice. Sometimes the character will say something in a certain voice that I don't say something which I don't like to say. Like, I don't know.
Dahlia, my teen angel.
Something like that, but like, I like doing the voices. So for me, as much as this is a roadblock, I still really, really enjoy it, just because I get to do Alba's voice, and because Alba hasn't really been featured in this case. That's all really. He had like 3 or 4 appearances before this. So I don't know, I'm really enjoying the time with him.
Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
The samurai spear. What about it?
This spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me.
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight?
He was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made.
I wish they cut like 3 of his testimonies. I agree. The whole like the fucking the pick, the flower thing. This was completely unnecessary. They didn't need this piece of evidence whatsoever, or the testimony that was associated with it. There's a lot of this that could have definitely been cut.
Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move was that. Fuck. You would have known the move that was used. Quercus Alba, you didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you?
Aha! See if he wasn't watching the show tonight.
Then it opens up the possibilities that he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead.
So where were you during the show? I demand an answer. Now!
I was a little piss boy.
Just what is so funny?
Pee pee poo poo. You're
Sorry. Sorry, that caught me off guard. The music coming on as I said pee pee poo poo just really caught me. I feel like they dragged it on just because it's a final case and they were like, oh, we gotta make it long because it's the last one. Yeah, I feel like that's the reason. A good kiss at thank you, please. Honestly, I still think that this is a really good case. This personally doesn't ruin it for me. Just like the kidnap turnabout wasn't. I honestly have loved this game. This is like some people's least favorite Ace Attorney game. I've loved this game so much.
You're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show, or most of it in any case.
I like the case a lot of the damn drags, yeah, that makes sense.
What do you mean by most of it?
You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom.
The best part and like the huge climax was definitely the middle. I feel like that reveal was so like weird to make it the middle of the case.
I was in the bathroom, Miles Edgeworth.
But the whole Sheena everything was so odd to put there in the middle of the case. It feels so odd going from that to like this very obvious solution that just kind of isn't that shocking, you know? With the whole Yatagrassi thing, that was like a huge revelation that everything just suddenly clicked. But with this, it's just like, oh well, yeah, I know the evidence, okay. And then we just catch the like it was a shock that Alba was the killer, kind of, but like. The best part is proving Alba that didn't go pee.
You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage.
Oh, that's the largest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, Bo.
Just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. Oh, damn, that worked. Oh my god. I keep on getting away with this, don't I? As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I'd wanted to watch the entire show. Honest.
As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever!
This is the climax of the case, not Sheena, not the Yatagrasu, the fact that Quercus Alba is not a Steel Samurai fan.
I was going pee-pee poo-poo, Your Honor. In order to check if I was in the bathroom, you must do a poop search.
Hold it! No, never mind. Hold it. Steel Samurai. But who was that just now? That's what I'm thinking. It was the Steel Samurai! It would be I, young lady!
Oh, Larry! What are you doing interrupting me like that?
Hey, gee, just hold on for a second, I beg! You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Maniac.
What exactly is a Steel Maniac, Bo?
I believe he meant to say a Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm a Steel Samurai.
That's your takeaway, Edgewood? Yeah, like this dude killed 2 people, and Edgewood's like,
You're not really a fan of the Steel Samurai! I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai!
What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edward?
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart.
The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Oh, get it? He has a long wooden nose because he's a liar, Pinocchio!
Larry, you're helping the enemy. Larry, please, it's long enough as it is. What the fuck?
You're not a real Steel Samurai fan, and you didn't go pee-pee-poo-poo! Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manikuchin.
You know what, Gramps? You're really something else.
I am honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for?
Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move's a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about.
Wait, it was a secret. Larry, wait, what did you just say?
Huh? Did I say something stupid again?
Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. Yeah, it's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show.
Right before?
Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab, that's kinda how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kinda pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors has the same. The director has my complete sympathy. So basically, because we changed the move to the Sushi Slash, we kinda pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Hold those lips of yours still!
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious, and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you!
I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
So now you're trying to bully me, huh? Don't bully me! There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercus Alba.
You're the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, just what are you driving at?
That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud.
Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move?
Larry, thanks, I guess? We'll give him like a half thanks.
Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move.
Fuck.
You knew the name because you thought it up. Therefore it's only natural that you knew. You are the one who created the name of that move.
Mr. Edgeworth, somehow I don't think that's it.
Well, let's just leave it at that, since it clears everything up for me nice and neatly.
Hey, what exactly did you find out by saying that anyway?
Not much, actually.
Will you please take this seriously?
Oh, I guess I made a mistake. Mr. Alba, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Alright, asked about... You saw it! Fuck, I just realized he saw it because he saw the... Oh well.
You knew the name because you asked about it. You asked a member of staff, that is.
Hey now, didn't that samurai say just a few seconds ago that the people he knew were ordered to keep quiet about the move? And somehow doubts that he could have simply asked someone and gotten an answer. Besides, even if what you said was the case, what do we learn from that?
Not much, actually. Not if Mr. Alba had asked a staff member, I suppose.
Oh, I was wrong! I love how awkward it is when you get it wrong, yeah?
Mr. Alba, would you catch it?
The first one, when I said, he thought it up, that reminded me of a very specific scene from Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright, and it fucked me up.
You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard.
Ah! Third time's the charm!
The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. So you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means that Mr. Alba was in the waiting room at some point, right?
But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Coton's murder.
I think it's the cat.
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room.
This case is great here for me, to be honest. The P is funny in the end, it's so stupid it's good. Is this the last bit? Because if so, it did drag out for a long time, I'll admit that, but I still had a lot of fun throughout the whole thing, even if it was incredibly obvious. I think it's just because I was doing the Quirkus voice there.
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room.
Right, they showed it. I forgot about that. I was about to say, how was I supposed to know that, but they did show it. I'm just stupid.
During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room.
Yo!
And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabasta along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. No, is this not the end? Oh my god. I love this.
Precisely. Doesn't mean much, does it? Really doesn't mean much.
Oh, but wait. What if, and this is just a what if, what if the murder didn't take place in the dressing room?
Oh, what do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Anyone going into the private dressing room would stand out like a sore thumb.
But despite that, the killer still managed to move the body with a pushcart.
Correct, and it is because of the setup of the theater's dressing room.
It can't be 2 hours. No way, stop. Yeah, about 2 hours left. It's fine.
That it would be the ideal location for the murder of Manikochin. Quirkus Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why.
Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, Paul! You got that arrest!
Not so fast!
Oh, what is it now?
Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself?
Explain? What is there to explain?
I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside.
That's Langslayton. Albi, you can't just say not so fast, you can't reclaim that.
I can reclaim any any word that I want. I would never reclaim a slur. Because I am a little guy. I wouldn't do that. Nuh-uh. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard.
You punk. Still trying to get out of this? Do you really think you can get away at this point?
He doesn't reclaim this, Leslie just says them.
What's your favorite slur, Mr. Edgeworth?
Favorite slur? What the fuck does that mean? None. I don't like any of them.
My favorite is the one against the transgenders.
What the fuck?
Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you could do to stop him?
Yo, I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. Not anything at all. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps. Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. Please do. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth puts around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal.
Ooh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation.
We don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie, how could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
And they found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. And that's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find.
And if there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either.
This isn't how this isn't how any of this works. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterrestrial rights. Extraterritorial, sorry. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us?
It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you'll excuse me,
I don't know why they keep on doing so many, like, game references with him. With, like, chess, it makes sense in Investigations too, because it's, like, a very big part of the plot. It's funny, but it's still, like, it makes sense, even though it's, like, still really funny that they mention chess so much. But here they're mentioning games and stuff so much, and it's like, why? There's been, like, no mention of games at any point during this entire game, right?
I'm breaking the fourth wall. Ha ha ha.
What? No!
Now, if you'll excuse me,
He's gonna bust in this time, yeah.
because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Who is it, huh? Who is it this time? Who is it this time, huh? Who is it this time? They knew that this dragged out way too long. They knew it. They had to have known.
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers.
Oh, first Larry, and now you.
What is it with that scary mobster-like skull on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm sort of a nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right at this instant?
But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up.
They're becoming self-aware. Yeah, what the fuck? 5th time? It really has happened about 5 times, yeah.
Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing? From you?
It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. My special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this.
The samurai dogs? It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes. Oh, Edgy Poo, here, go and eat one right away, and you'll feel as red as rain.
Really? 2 people have died, Wendy.
Our way through here.
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you? I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed to you and made sure you were nice and full. One day it's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't it the desire of every woman to make sure that their beloved never goes hungry? And that's what I want to experience. I'll tell you one thing though. A long time ago they used to say that I could make them a delicious meal out of any ingredient you threw in front of me. Oh, I was starting the kitchen back in the day and I was Mr. Edgeworth. Can't you do anything about her?
You got the whole squad laughing. This isn't even the end of this. Oh my god.
There's no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad.
Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red rising sun in this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a rising sun dog.
Checking from the dressing room. This game's conclusion had peaked 2 hours ago. It really did, yeah. Honestly, it peaked with the whole Sheena thing. But it's all been downhill since, like, the third time that Alba's shocked sprite happened. Since that, it's like, come on. I'm still enjoying it, though.
This contradiction of facts, between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this rising sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction.
At present, the studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We're supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I need to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all.
Why is it a Japanese flag? We're in America! I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater, and then placed his body inside the pushcart.
It peaks at Sheena, yeah.
And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we've found them all, the weight of the truth will be revealed.
Box of samurai dogs was sitting in the pushcart, taken from the dressing room. I assume it's these two.
The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. What could this possibly be? I don't understand.
Oh wait, we can go back. This might not be it. No, never mind. It just simply is.
That which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red rising sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be,
it's blood. There's even another one there. Wendy. Thanks. I don't want to say that to her. That's a very convenient angle. You can see that there's a fucking outline.
Wendy Oldbag.
He's gonna say it.
I thank you.
Edgeworth, you shouldn't have done that.
What you have given to me is truly something very special.
Edgy poo!
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, wordless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good.
You're bluffing.
Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's jugular.
Do you not say thank you to her bag? She's gonna explode. Yeah, holy fuck.
So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs that's gonna put the old man away?
Alba, no.
The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course.
Oh, that's not blood. This one isn't.
But this is... This box of samurai dogs with the rising sun fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood.
Directly in the outline as well, damn. Huh?
What? Blood, you say?
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste.
I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. Can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab pronto.
And fuck you mean, nuh-uh?
But why was there blood in that box to begin with?
If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the bushcart, correct?
Oh, yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son. You know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor?
Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart.
Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box.
But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because Embassy staff members had already confiscated them.
Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Ms. Olbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Ms. Olbag also managed to put this great thief to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal. I received it for myself.
Quercus Alba, I'd say that was one very fatal oversight on your part.
No, you, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry to rain on your little love fest. However...
How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
Heh. So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh?
Why? What? The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And? You say that like it means something.
Huh? You already confessed to being in there, my dear fellow.
Excuse me, sirs.
Hi. Hey, what up?
Report! What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this, Quercus Alba.
No, he drank the... I had some Kool-Aid and it seems he stole it and drank it into some boxes. He drank the Kool-Aid, no!
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
The one from before. Or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Like I already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
But it doesn't prove the time the killer does it. That's...
What? He doesn't.
He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba's the killer.
Then, this evidence, it's meaningless. No, it's not.
Well, it can't be, because it's not, dumbass. We were so close, sir.
This is the 50th time that you've been this close, and it's the 50th time that I've become self-confident again.
I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do.
We've finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. Ugh! I can't think of a single thing!
You should watch Jello Apocalypse Moses on Fire videos. Oh.
If you'll excuse me, I'll now be on my way. Hold it.
I said oh because I thought the text was moving, and it might have been, I don't know.
Who was that? If it's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now.
Mouse is on 5 videos. I'll look that up after stream.
It wasn't me, pal.
And it wasn't me this time either.
It wasn't me either.
It was me! Oh, the forensics person. Why did you? Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir.
There's more.
What? Hurry up and spit it out.
Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same... It's his. It's Alba's. It's Alba's blood. It's fucking Alba's blood. It's Alba's blood. Oh my god. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood.
Huh.
No.
Ah.
What? What? That's crazy.
What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it?
I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Lang said hell. The sixth and final time for real this time, I think. Lang said a bad word. Maya said balls. I think about that a lot.
Neither do I.
My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proves something to be true, alright. Namely, my words.
And which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy?
Oh, what sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then?
I guess that's possible.
Damn it! Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? This right here reminds me of the carded Kokoro. Right at the end of DGS 1-4 with the book. This is what that reminds me of. Like a very obvious solution that's being played out very much as if it's this huge thing when it's not really.
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Quercus Alba, you bastard! Holy fuck, Chloe, you were talking about how he said hell before he said bastard! He said fucking bastard! Lang is swearing! That's bad! Holy fuck!
That's a bad word! Don't say that! Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again!
He literally did say that, he said,
Don't swear!
he said bastard, that's a mean, cancel him. Oh my god, we have to show 100% of our work for some reason, yeah.
I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through. I'll bet it doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me, bitch!
What if Lang just said bitch? What if then? I think everyone would love this case so much more if Lang said bitch instead of bastard.
Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes.
Honestly, this might be... Chloe, you remember how you said that this is like one of the worst final cases? I think this is in the top 3 of all cases for me, maybe. I really love this case. They'd have to really botch it for me to hate this case. They'd have to botch the end so bad. Alba has standards, he doesn't curse, yeah. Absolute king, we stan.
And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes.
Really? Yeah, I really enjoyed this a lot.
Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser, Ramat.
Is this really the extent of all that we can do?
I think we might finally be at the home stretch. Yeah, I think Edgeworth's gonna have this revelation, and then we present the blood, and then the final pursuit, and then it's the end of the game.
It's really just this part that I don't like. I've loved this part purely because I can do Alba's voice, and it's funny. That's the thing. Some people might find it annoying. I find it funny. Like, this is a hilarious joke. Everyone has to admit, this is a funny joke. It's just the fact it drags. I don't think it drags. I mean, it does drag, but that's not how I'm interpreting it. It's funny as fuck.
I'm confident. Oh no, now I'm afraid. But I'm confident again.
Ah, hey, I'm here now. Hold it.
Oh no, I'm afraid, but I'm confident again.
Hey, I'm also here. Hold it.
Oh Jesus, oh no, but I'm confident again.
Hey, I'm also here. Hold it. Like, that's funny as fuck. We had 3 different pictures. You know how, like, in, Recipe for Turnabout, there was that one picture of Gumshoe. In Farewell My Temper, there was that one picture of Francisco. We got 3 of those. And none of them mattered. That's funny as fuck. Everyone must admit that. Come on, you don't have a sense of humor if you hate this. This is fucking hilarious.
Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim?
I will admit, I can see how it would annoy people, but I personally just find it fucking hilarious.
Just when I thought I'd had him backed into a corner, it is I who's been backed into one!
Not really.
In a situation like this, what would that man do?
That man.
What would he, who can turn any desperate situation around, do? Turn it around? That's it! I must turn my way of thinking around! It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto that box like this.
See, this is why I say that in the later games, the turning your thinking around kind of is stupid.
And if I think about it that way... If the blood got under the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be.
Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage. And will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection, that's just not true. Even without this that I'm about to present, that's just not true. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful? How so?
Quercus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago! And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact.
Also, I don't know why Edgeworth keeps on saying clipping wings. I'm guessing he's referencing Icarus with that. But Icarus flew too close to the sun. That's not really what either of these two did. Well, I guess Alba kind of flew too close to the sun with killing Manny. He didn't need to do that. He did it out of selfishness. Edgeworth isn't allowed to say Phoenix Wright. You can't just say that. Lock him up. That's what you have to say. If a detective tries to arrest you, just say, listen, the arm of the law is powerless before me. And they're like, fuck. They're right. Shit. Should've given me told the investigation writers they weren't allowed to say Phoenix, not even once. But they can say bastard.
And for someone who's trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Ha! Mere words.
What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what you think it means, Kay. We'd already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey, to Mr. Prosecutor. Care to speak in English?
What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
And the piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
Actually, wait, he did fly too close to the sun. Because he showed us his wound. I guess that was because he was trying to cover for a different murder. But in doing that, he showed us that he was this murderer. But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains irrelevant to the case at all.
Ms. Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood.
Ah!
You're looking a little pale. Good, then I believe you're already aware of what I mean.
Then, You know who the blood belongs to.
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. Shilong Lang! The blood of the rising sun in this box belongs to you, Quercus Alba.
What? Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim.
The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Kitchen's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean, if the blood doesn't belong to the victim.
Zen says only one person it could belong to.
Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. But Mr. Kitchen was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? Oh my fucking god, you morons. What if during the murder, Mr. Kitchen had fought back?
You mean, if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Kitchen managed to wound Mr. Alba? We're completely ignoring Kashino. We do not give a shit about that guy.
Yes, and I guess he already admitted to it, but still, it's kind of funny how he's just been completely left in the dirt. Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. Really? Probably bleeding at the time, maybe. I don't know, he might have been. I don't really have any definitive way to think of that. Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when Damask 2 attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room.
Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You all want to talk, Mr. Alba? You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone.
What? What did you just say? What did you just say? No matter the situation, you can hide any kind of shock. This bitch has broken down 7 times. What the fuck are you talking about, Edgeworth? No fucking way you said that with a straight face. It was one of the first sprites that we saw, literally. Literally, one of the first sprites we saw. As the moment that he got big, that was one of the first sprites we saw. Are you kidding me? This guy's been anything but cool and collected.
You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
I'm the master of my fear.
That's not true.
However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
Do you believe I've overlooked something?
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade.
I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from. I have an easy solution. We don't have to give a shit about that, just do a blood test.
Ah, this theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Alabastrian knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
But
It's the key.
Is it?
but as long as you can't prove what that other way is, all you talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now.
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theater. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatugrasu's key.
That key!
That's the key that my father stole from her here 7 years ago.
And it is very unique, in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater.
No!
You couldn't master of his fear, by the way. You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back into Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kodopian paper, signed by Mr. Cochin. in order to make it look like Mr. Kitchen died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible! You can't take me down! Swine, all of you! Especially Manny-Kochan, this is all because of that man's betrayal! He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador, which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Anagrassus card, and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Anagrassu, but I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close, and I would have gone away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids!
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country's, or Alabast's, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
Just a little bit.
Oh wait, we win? I'm still innocent. Golly, that was a tricky one. For a moment, when he was doing that little confession bit, I thought that the breakdown was the thing that happened just before that, which was just the same as the other 90 shock animations. I was gonna be pissed. I was gonna be fucking pissed. That was fun, I guess. That breakdown specifically, I mean. It wasn't like the best or anything, but that was fun.
Oh, this is it. The big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today. And next week he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Franziska's heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. Having to face Ms. Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. Oh, I don't even want to think of what that would be like.
Yay, Alba's dead. Woo! Oh, that worked for a 7 out of 10 breakdown, yeah. it was really not... you know, it was He did literally fucking die though, like he became a fucking shell of himself.
I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking, that flight attendant, and even Mr. Kurtzman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Camille was to provide support during smuggling ops. We know. Using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor. We know. Oh, High-Fly Airlines and even the prosecutor's office. And then Ernest Amado as well. And also, Callisto Yu was involved. What? No one was safe from the smuggling ring. Oh, sir. I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. Yeah, sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. What is it, Detective? Oh, nothing. It's just... well, come to think of it.
A little underwhelmed, but whatever, it was good, yeah. It was good, but it wasn't like... it wasn't the best, you know? It wasn't the most outstanding thing I've ever seen.
In court, I have 5 more testimonies.
Yeah, if he had that many testimonies outside of court, wait until he gets inside of court. Like, holy shit, the judge is gonna be fucking dead by the time that he's done.
Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Romano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
They wanted to add more padding, yeah.
Well, with the arrest on both Mr. Alba and Mr. Romano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Kochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mackerel. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
Cece, you undyed man. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Palleino.
Yay, Palleino!
Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Oh wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them. Don't tell me. They're just coupons, sir.
I think there might be 30 minutes left. 30 minutes, damn. To be fair though, it is like the end of the game, so it kind of makes sense. Good game, to be honest. I liked it. Maybe it was better than Spirit. It was definitely better than Spirit of Justice, in my opinion. Definitely better than Spirit of Justice. Billion%. Although the final breakdown in Spirit of Justice was infinitely better than this one. This final breakdown felt uninspired, in my opinion. It felt like the same breakdown that's been done a million times before, you know? Dead Man, my favorite real name, yeah. Gotta love him. Up there with Perez a lot. Fantastic. He has a fucking Spirit of Justice name pun.
The way you're holding them. Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Cadopia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Palleino has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He's been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cadopia. Thanks for just all of this exposition. Might as well just have like the credits with like the picture of the person then. Ambassador Palleino came on to be the ambassador of the whole of Cadopia. Kate Faraday went on to be Edward's investigative partner throughout even more cases. You know? Catching the killer in both games was stupid, to be honest. I agree with that, yeah. In Spirit of Justice though, I don't know. I feel like catching the killer in that case made a lot more sense than this one. Because in that case, like, you know, brief spoilers for Spirit of Justice. I've been trying to avoid mentioning, well, I say brief spoilers for the final fucking boss. I've been trying to avoid it, but with Spirit of Justice, because she's like the queen, you know, so it's a much different thing than just an ambassador who was then stripped and wasn't even an ambassador. After like the second testimony, he wasn't an ambassador anymore. So like he had pretty much no power and just kept going, whereas she actually, you know, she did have the power, and all of the people who were very much completely and 1,000,000% obedient to her. So that one makes more sense of like why she was, you know, invincible. This one felt like they wanted to make him invincible, but he really wasn't. You catch Alba because of some hot dogs, you catch Kiran with a ball, you've had the entire case, yeah. I wonder what Athena Ace Attorney will look like.
You don't understand. We're all going to turn 3D, Gumshoe. Wait, what? I'm gonna be 3D, but no. No, Gumshoe. You're going to be left behind. You won't be 3D, Gumshoe. What?
He's been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cadopia. Ah, but what a pity. Even though every item he's sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I give them to my lovely assistant Kay. Wait, what?
Wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir.
What? Who was that voice? What the fuck was that? What? No, not you, Gumshoe. Goodbye, Gumshoe. Chloe, that was not autocorrect. You said Gumshoe on purpose.
Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here?
Yeah, that was Kay's voice mimicking Gumshoe's.
Hey, pal. Hey, you've got to be more alert than that.
Hey!
I can't believe you didn't notice.
How's he been mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit? Oh, it was Mr. Edgeworth's voice that she was mimicking.
I totally didn't notice you, or realize that voice was you.
Lang Zi says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here.
It was autocorrect, but I won't lie, it automatically did it because the amount of times I say Gumshoe. I'll let you get away with that.
It's been a long time since I set foot in the courthouse, but I wasn't gonna miss. Watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Is that so, Agent Lang?
We flushed out all of the counterfeit bills, so Zingfa's finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you. So I just want to say, thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day when old Wolfie said thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you, prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that?
I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah. And if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what.
Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later.
I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this.
I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll have to throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Well, we've got enough, because I'm gonna go call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins.
Oh, look at them.
The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that is all we prosecutors are. And that is because... Oh my god. What? I'm alone. Why am I alone?
I'll read chat in a bit.
Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time,
It's progressing automatically.
I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising. Objection!
Oh, now it's gonna be the credits, so I also... Alright, I'll read that in a second, Chloe. Bye, though. Bye-bye!
Oh my god, grape man! Grape man! Grape man! Grape man! Sassy baka! Sassy baka!
I'm really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Why is Maggie not here? Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Oh my god, yes! Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. I'm so happy for you, Rhoda! The airline has chosen me to design their new line of iFly Jumbo jets. Just think, someday, he'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. You know what, I'm happy for you. Thank God.
I don't remember my voice quite right. Edgeworth, I'm not rude as I'm a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I received the most fantastic treasure recently. The Primilux statue of the Principality of Columbia.
Damn.
It weighs a bit light in my hands. Oh, but the Ambassador Palaiano was most generous.
Yeah, you were given a statue, certainly. When are you gonna play the sequel? Very soon. I'll talk more about this after the credits, but I'm just like, it's gonna move along without me if I start talking. We finally caught Agent Hicks's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer, from Interpol to work on as a case in cooperation with them. Why is Maggie not showing up in the credits? However, she could appear in court to wait. Kuropia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there. This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. I thought it was safe since I found the gun I dropped. But I hadn't noticed that I'd dropped my police badge too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life is suddenly tipped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man. Ruffles Man, nice. Yo, Emma, you got like one speaking line. I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. I was just talking about that. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. Is that a DS? I've still got a long way to go, and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth in a case, I'm gonna do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's gonna need all the help I can give him, scientifically. Oh, Lauren, I forgot about Lauren.
Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty. He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
I forgot she existed in this game, Sam.
Hey, pal, fuck you, bitch.
Oh, never mind, it's me, bitch. Fuck, bitch. Bitch, fuck. It appears there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside of the courtroom. Since witch hunters are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but... apparently, Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something. Oh, that's Maggie. Oh, right, because we're doing it in order. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. No, because then why was the judge just then? No, never mind. Why? What? Why is Maggie so late? Whew, I barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Oh, don't let it get you down, Maggie. You've still got me.
You're alright, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Ooh, this is actually kind of fun. Brandon Gay! Brandon Gay! Heck yeah, we got fucking Brandon Gay! Oh, I forgot about Brandon Gay. Yes, I do look at the credits. Brandon Gay. Why not come to Canopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. It will be an attraction entitled
Capture the Yatagarasu! Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction.
I don't like Larry. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. Which we're not in, by the way. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're gonna sell blue ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun, I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot, or at all really, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. The guy in the blue suit? I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him meet one of my dogs. Oh, Jesus. Okay, Larry. Maybe ask for consent first, but...
Oh my god, it's me. No, never mind, it's Bird.
Today, I gave testimony in court today, as a member of the Yatagarasu.
He said to that twice, bitch.
Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving?
They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring.
Lang Zi says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul on the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet, ha ha!
Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror.
Larry always mid, yeah.
Oh, here I am. It was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 years. I was, talk about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I've been an alien and then some creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then I was the Pink Princess, a great hero of justice, but ever since I was a young maiden I could be spotted wearing the most stylish on my head. Although right now I'm more preferable wearing a costume for something, but even that just sounds like a terrible idea.
Oh my god, I get a chance to breathe! Oh my god! I gotta go eat now, but I love the investigation streams, and these streams have taught me that this game isn't mid, it's actually pretty good. Well, I know that Chloe's already gone, but I hope that she's having some good food. When are you gonna play the sequel? I am actually... So I can stream the next 2 days, but I'll probably only stream one of those 2 days. Probably not tomorrow, I think, so that I can rest my throat. So, the day after tomorrow, I'll probably be streaming something random, I don't know, Spooky Stream Scare Mansion maybe. And then, the next available stream time, which should be in, like, just a couple days after that, I will be starting Investigations 2. Though I'm not going into that blind. I have seen a playthrough of Investigations 2. So I won't be going into that blind, but I will be starting very, very soon, like, in a few days.
Oh, I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir.
Yeah, and nothing beat the look of Mr. Alba's face when you revealed to bring secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Edger was always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, I have begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Franziska and Agent Lang. Wait, I think that the similarities between Blaze and Alba are on purpose.
Now that I think about it. I don't know why I hadn't considered that, but I think, isn't Blaze part of the... Spoilers, but... I think Blaze is part of the smuggling ring, right? So I think those details are intentional.
So what are your plans now, Kay?
Thanks for the follow as well. Is it gonna play the sound alert? Nope. But thanks for the follow.
Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Retro's assistant.
Are you still trying to steal my job, Bo?
Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy.
Oh, what a relief.
Okay.
Yes?
Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagrasu. So I'm gonna hold off on doing anything until I make a trite 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team? Uh-oh.
A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible.
Oh. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need. I played the 5th.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Miss Retchworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagrass isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see.
Kay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock in the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door.
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home's been broken for forever.
Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one.
Absolutely it does. No.
Hey, why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, Detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir.
Ah, hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that.
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese.
And thus, the long tale of the KG8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there's little time to rest and relax. For I'm eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth, and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who's chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed.
Oh, look at them!
Edgeworth is getting absolutely fucked right now, holy heck.
And
They didn't even say and, what the fuck? Time to commit crimes. Edgeworth is based. Honestly, yeah. I also just absolutely... I don't know why I saved. That is the end of the game. I also hate getting my picture taken, but Quercus Alba is officially dead. So we're gonna kill him once and for all.
Oh! Actually, I'm back. Oh! I'm back again. Oh! I'm back again.
Ah! There we go. He's officially dead. But yeah, that will be the start of BRB. Why is BRB on? It's over, let's go, let's go. I honestly really enjoyed that case. That was a lot of fun. I understand how some people could not like the ending, because I guess it did drag on a bit, but I personally thought it was hilarious. But yeah, that will do for today. Also, we're not starting soon. Why was starting soon on as well? Ending soon. I got rid of that earlier. Why was that on? That is odd. Anyway. I really enjoyed that. It's been 4 hours 59. Oh wait, 5 hours on the dot right now. That was a fantastic stream. I really enjoyed that. It's now currently 1 a.m. And I need some well-deserved rest because my throat is fucked after doing like 10 different Quercus albus screams. He had so many fucking breakdowns. Jesus Christ. Have a great day. Thank you. You too. Anyway, I hope that everyone has a fantastic night, day, evening, afternoon, time zone thingy. And we'll be streaming Spooky in the next couple days, probably. And then we'll be starting investigations too, very soon afterwards. So I'm looking forward to that, even though I'm not going into it blind. I'm still really looking forward to playing it. Bye!